Okay, and good evening, everyone. I'm going to call this meeting to order. We have our part at 6 p.m. on December 12th. This is a regularly scheduled council meeting and the last council meeting of this year. As we call the meeting to order, we'd just like to acknowledge that we're gathering on the traditional territories of the coast and the Straits Salish peoples. Specifically, we recognize the Lekwungen-speaking people known today as the Songhees and the Esquimalt nations, and that their historic connections to these lands continue to this day. First, we have approval of the agenda. I'm going to move in a seconder. Thank you. Any discussion, changes? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. We move on to adoption of the minutes of regular council, 2 minutes of November 28th. Okay. Move and seconded. Thank you. And is there any changes, corrections, amendments to those minutes? Don't see any. I will call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. We have a Rise and report. We can just do the Rise and report as written in here. We don't have to read them all out. Would someone just move the Rise moved and seconded? Thank you. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. And congratulations to all of those appointed to our various committees. And moving on, I have mayor's remarks. Now, if you're watching this on live stream, there is a minute or two delay sometimes if you're watching through YouTube. So if you're watching and you're intending to call in, please call the 1-855 number now and hit *9 to raise your hand. That's the 1-855 number that's listed in the agenda package if you wish to address council on items of general interest to the community. As I noted at the beginning, this is the last scheduled meeting of 2022. I'd just like to thank council and staff for all the work undertaken to provide and participate in the orientation and the priority setting process, which is ongoing today. And I know that this will set us well for the very dense set of meetings we have set for starting in January of next year. I'd just like to thank all of the organizers of both the Lighted Truck Parade, who raised an enormous amount of money and goods for in that process, as well as the very successful light up. It was the first one in a couple of years, 20th one, and it was a very large success. I want to just remind people that there is a New Year's levy happening this year. So if you're looking for something to do on New Year's Day, there is an event happening at the Oak Bay Rec Center in the upstairs lounge, or the Sports View Lounge. And it's I think it starts at 12:30. I have the details, but not in front of me. But it'll be posted on the website, and it's a very family friendly. There's a walk. So by recollection, 12:30 is a walk, and then 1:30 there's a reception, and there's cookies and coffee and so forth. So please come out. And a final reminder for those working with the district that our offices are closed between Christmas and New Year's to give everybody a bit of a break. So we'll be back here fresh and shiny in the new year. So with that, just come to public comment and question period. I don't see anybody who's called in, but if you're on the Zoom call, you can raise your hand by using the raise hand function that's built within that application. And again, I haven't seen anybody call in here, so I'm just going to look to staff. Is there anybody that I'm missing here at this point that have indicated there's nobody on that registered, so. A little bit of a feedback on my microphone, but I'll keep talking while we switch it in. Whatever I didn't make it better. Hold on a second. Less crackly, more clear. I like that. So not seeing anybody indicating they wish to speak on the public participation period. We'll move on to item number 7 on the agenda, which is reports and memorandums. So we just have a minor correction to the 2023 council meeting schedule. Mr. Coates, I think it's pretty self-explanatory here. Do you want to add anything?
No, Your Worship, just to correct a typo from March 22nd to put it back to the Monday, March 20th, as per normal.
Thank you.
Move the staff recommendation.
Moved and seconded. Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed? That carries. We move on to item number 7.2, which is the main item that we have in front of us here tonight. Won't be quite as quick as the other ones. Perhaps, Ms. Bay, I'll hand it to you just to give a little overview of where we're at with this, what we are deciding tonight, what we're not really deciding anything tonight, but what we're moving forward tonight, and so forth. So, and just for the record, this item does not, as we look at some of the bylaws and permits that we're going to be considering, but not for this particular section. Welcome, Ms. Bay.
Thank you, Your Worship. This report asks you to confirm values and priority themes and to select the projects you want resourcing information on prior to deciding what to fund. So you may recall that there's been some previous discussion on Council's part of both the values and the themes. So we've made some adjustments based on your earlier input. So what you see before you is a refinement of what was discussed earlier, and we're looking for confirmation tonight so that that can be moved forward to the draft Council priority plan. This next slide will show you where we are in the council priority planning process now and these steps ahead for council. So each of those little green boxes is a step for council, and each of those green boxes describes the council activity at each of the stages. So I'll walk you through that slide. It is a little bit convoluted, but hopefully if I take it step by step, it'll be reasonably easy to follow. So tonight you will be dealing with the first two steps, the two shown in dark green at the top of the slide. You will be confirming the values and themes and asking staff to identify impacts of potential projects. So those projects as well, they're not totally new. They've been developed over the course of a couple previous discussions with council, and I'll talk tonight a bit about how we got to the material that's in your packages. So the task before you tonight is to decide which projects should be explored for short-term completion, in other words, for potential implementation in 2023 or 2024. And attached to your packages tonight, there's three main attachments when it comes to the projects. Attachment 3 lists all the projects that have been previously discussed. Attachment 4 provides a potential starting point for your deliberations, and I can just take a moment here to explain how I got to attachment 4. It includes projects that at least 4 of you supported completing in the next 2 years, and I refer to this as the short list, and this was done through your informal individual feedback, and what we'll be looking for tonight is your collective council direction, because that ultimately is what drives staff's actions. So attachment 5 lists other projects that you're interested in, but which did not receive those 4 individual informal votes. And the reason for the 4, for those listening, is that of course constitutes a majority of council, and without a majority of council support, no projects advance. So fully recognize that some of those projects on attachment 5 were strongly supported, even if not by the majority. It may just not have been supported by the majority of the council within the context of the next 2 years. They may still have been supported for later action. So I refer to this as the long list, and I'll talk in a minute about the relationship between that long list and the short list.
Ms. Bay, I'm not sure whose screen is being shared, but it kind of popped out of the presentation mode and into the back mode. Can we bring it back up full screen again so people can see it? Thank you. Go ahead.
Excellent. Thank you. So you may wish to transfer projects between the short list and the long list. You may wish to add new projects to the short list or the long list for that matter, or you may wish to remove projects. And any of those actions are, of course, your prerogative. The lists are really provided as a starting point. Once you have determined which projects should be on the short list, staff will identify resourcing implications. I'll just take a minute to explain exactly what that means. That means we will further explore those projects and estimate how many hours it'll take staff to complete them and how much budget will be needed for consulting services or other expenses. And at the same time, we're also going to take a look at how the new project demands relate to current capacity, because of course staff are engaged in not just the delivery of new council priority projects, but also all manner of other basic activities that keep things going in Oak Bay. So we will also take a look at how the expenses related to the new projects will impact the overall budget. There may also be ways that we could potentially deliver on the projects, potentially in multiple different ways, depending on whether you're looking at the full meal deal or a snack kind of approach to the project. And those will obviously have different types of impacts. So if you tonight provide very, very clear direction on this is the scope of the project that we're looking for and this is what we have in mind for this particular project, we will be taking notes and making sure that that is what gets reflected back to you. If there is a possibility for multiple different ways to approach that project, we may be looking at coming back to you with multiple options for how that project could be delivered. And that's the information that we'll be gathering in the next little while. We may also, as we come back with recommendations on adjusted timing or approach to deliver on for maximal effectiveness or for minimal cost. And so there may be ways that we can jiggle around those projects and say, well, if you do this project first and then this other project, it'll cost you less, or it'll deliver more along the lines of what you're looking for. By the same token, we may also be able to group projects. So you may see some projects in there that in your mind you're thinking, well, why aren't these lumped together under one project? And they're not at this point, because we don't want to be presumptuous about the project moving ahead per your direction. There may be more things that we need to look into to assess whether it's possible to group some of those. But we're certainly aware that there is potential with some of the projects. Just the process by which they got to be on that list hasn't really lent itself yet to doing that combination. So we will absolutely be looking at that before we bring back information to you. So that's what we'll be doing over the next little while once you select the projects you want further explored. We will bring back the additional information in early February, and that's really step 3 as shown on the slide before you. And then once you know what the consequences are of the different projects, then you can decide what to direct us to include in the 5-year financial plan. And that's shown in step 4. So we recognize that it's difficult to make decisions right now as to whether to proceed with a project without knowing what those implications are. So this step is really about us getting the direction from you to look into those projects as we move ahead, recognizing that it does take some staff effort to even go through that process of assessing the implications. So we ideally would like to focus our efforts on the projects that matter the most to Council. Then the funded projects, once you receive the information on the resourcing implications and you direct us to include certain projects in the 5-year financial plan, once you've actually made the decision to approve the 5-year financial plan, the projects that make their way into that 5-year financial plan will also be reflected in the Council priority plan. And so that's kind of following that green line on the slide. The funded projects will be shown in the Council priority plan, and then essentially that gives us direction to go ahead and implement. But even at that stage, then we start to move into that light green on the slide where we move from Council priority setting to implementation of the projects. Council continues to have a role at that stage of the process, as reflected by those 3 green boxes on the slide. So Council decides when a project is ready to go. We will come back with some proposals for how the project could be scoped, the timing, the public consultation plans, and so forth. There'll be a whole lot more detail available at that stage of the project than there is now, and even then there will be in February when we report back on the resourcing implications. That's really, once we know what the scope is, you've given us, for example, $30,000 for a project, that starts to set some limits around the project. We will come back to you and say, this is what we can do for that amount of money. Here's some optional extras. If you wanted to take things in a different direction, here's what we're proposing for Council, for community consultation. This is the approach that we're proposing to take. And then Once you sign off on that approach through a council project sign-off, then we will move on to implement the project, and your role at that stage is to support that as per whatever the terms of the project are that you signed off on. And then you deem when the project is complete. So we would come back on these council priority projects and say, this is what we've come up with. Are you satisfied? Yes, great, we can deem the project complete. No, we want something else, then we continue on with the discussion. So you can see from that council has a role to play at each step of this process, determining what we do, how we do it, and when it's done. So that explains the funded project stream. Then looking at the unfunded projects, so whatever doesn't make its way into the council priority plan for the as a result of these discussions that we're having now, and as a result of decisions that you make in February, that long list, whatever ends up being on the long list, would still have the projects listed in the council priority plan. They just wouldn't be directed for immediate implementation, because we can't implement what we don't have funding for. And so those unfunded projects are not projects that we can deliver on yet. But they can be included in the council priority for council's reference each year when you go through the annual review of council's priorities. So at that point, you can reference that long list and you can say, didn't make it to the top of the list in our 2023 discussions, but I really think that this is important still to include in our mandate. Staff, please go ahead and identify the resourcing implications so that we can consider it for the next budget year or the year after that. And so those unfunded projects will be reconsidered or have the potential for being reconsidered by council on an annual basis. And so I'm hoping that council doesn't feel limited to the 2023-2024 discussion. The reason why we landed on that was we are also struggling to try and find a way to bring all this information, because it takes a bit of time to identify even the resourcing implications. And just given where we're at in the cycle right now between the election and when the budget has to be approved, it's a very short period of time, especially with Christmas in between there. So we're trying to figure out how we can get you the best quality information, and obviously the fewer projects that we have to prepare backgrounders for, the better quality information we can provide you with. And if we're looking at providing it for more projects, then conversely, with time being a constraint, the quality probably goes down a bit. So we're trying to balance that out a bit. I will note that Oak Bay is probably out of the gates quicker on this process than many other municipalities, and I'm not aware of too many municipalities that are able to have this discussion about council priority projects this early in the process and to be influencing the very first budget year. So this is the way we managed to make that happen. So those projects that get reconsidered annually, they get reconsidered annually in the context of the public also having an opportunity to weigh in through that process. Each year, our practice has been to run a budget questionnaire annually, whereby the public gets to weigh in on our service levels, how we're proceeding with council's priority projects and priority themes. It's not something we do during an election year for a number of reasons, so that the timing doesn't really work out very well, but most importantly, because the campaign process itself is probably the very best form of budget questionnaire and questionnaire you can get in terms of obtaining feedback from the public. And so we feel very strongly that there's you all have a very recent and direct exposure to where this community is at with respect to priorities, and this is our opportunity to bring that to the table in a way that's not quite the same if a community waits another year or so to go through the priority setting process, which is what some other communities do. So there's some real strength to being able to do this, and it's obviously balanced against some constraints as well. So with that annual budget questionnaire process, we'll get some really good feedback, potentially from the community, saying we've done X, Y, and Z this year. Here are some other potentials. What do you think about these? How do those rate? And we can bring that information back to you before you're asked to go through this process at your first annual review. And the same will happen in the subsequent years as well. And then we go through a very similar process. You'll see it loops back. You again can go through that process of asking for impacts of the potential process, and it influences the rest of the process in a very similar way. So that's where we're at today. The question before council really is to determine what do you want us to assess resourcing implications on for the 2023 budget process, focusing on things for the 2023 and 2024 budget years. And it's not your last opportunity for your mandates. So with that, I conclude my comments, Your Worship. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bay. I do appreciate, yeah, there are some things that it's impossible to make decisions on unless we have that backgrounder. And then we also have an obligation to not overwhelm this. How many days do we have between now and February 6th? I think this is coming back for like working days for staff to generate the reports.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. It works out to about 14 working days, given the agenda deadlines and the Christmas break. So it is very constrained, and of course, during those 14 days, staff are also busy delivering basic services for the community that can't just be stopped to do this. So that's what we're balancing it up against, and we recognize by the same token that, of course, Council wants more information, and that's very understandable, and we will do our best to deliver the best quality we can within that time frame.
So just for the benefit of council, my thinking on this to get us through this evening in a reasonably timely fashion is we'll deal with receipt of the report. We'll go through and look at any changes or adaptations or referral back to staff for the values piece if necessary. We'll look at the project themes, and then once we're through those, we'll go to the priorities themselves. And from a process perspective, we're just going to probably treat like the attachment 4 as the default, and so we'll probably seek a motion just to sort of move those to staff for the assessments, and then we'll take motions. We'll first deal with any motions that people want to. If people think there's something that probably shouldn't be in there, we'll deal with those, and we'll take motions to add. And each one, I'll just try and manage a little simple process of getting a mover. Of our expectations, the better. We'll have if there's any motions, we'll have debates on those. We'll call a question, and then we'll just sort of work through them pretty procedurally. And at the end of it, we'll have a refined motion. We'll call the question, and we'll move it forward at that point. So that's going to be the kind of the process to kind of get us through this in the fashion. But first, I'll go to just questions of Ms. Bay. If there's any at this point of the process, go ahead, Councillor Patterson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Bay, for the report. I know it's a great deal of work, and there's probably many ways to how you approach this, and maybe no two people around this council table would approach it exactly the same ways. So at least this is a good starting point. But one thing that I think would be really helpful, perhaps, if we're going through this, and if staff that are here have knowledge of it, as I look at these things, a lot of them I have some background knowledge on, but I kind of think of the hierarchy as to what I would weight a priority is if something is required by legislation, so i.e. is there provincial or federal legislation that have changed circumstances perhaps since some of these things were initially started, because some of them come from previous years. And then risk versus optional priorities. We don't really have the feedback from, say, department staff on this to identify that for us. And so, but certainly with provincial and federal, we know that there's a strong direction to increase population. So a lot of the things that are in here, housing, services, transportation, public works, will all be affected if we increase population. Certainly the upland sewer separation, which we are guided by direction from the province on. Climate change also, there's provincial mandates for reaching certain targets within certain time frames. So I think that it would be really good to have that. And also, if there's a risk to either service level or service interruption, that we could glean some sort of knowledge from staff on, that would certainly help me be guided in how I should establish or one priority over another, or whether it should be on this priority listing. So without that, I feel like I'm working at somewhat of a disadvantage in not having all of the facts before me to be really making a decision that is fully informed.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. I think a couple of points. One, perhaps Ms. Bay, we can get you to just talk a little bit about, Ms. Williams even, on what's included in the assessment pieces, or impact assessments, just so that we have some clarification. And I think it's probably worth maybe just reiterating how we deal with things that are like mandated from higher levels of government, and how staff informs, how you get informed and how you inform us on those aspects as well.
Thank you, Your Worship. Staff would be bringing forward any items that are legislatively driven. They're not optional. So when we're talking about these council priorities, we're really talking about the discretionary projects that are directly in response to council's priorities. If they're being driven by provincial or federal legislative changes, then we don't really have the option to proceed or not, and council and staff would factor that in to our base working requirements. And that kind of all the hours that we have available as staff, the extent to which those kind of changes are being driven by the province and the federal government do absolutely shrink the amount that's left over and available for council's priorities. So it is an indirect impact, but it's not an optional impact. So what we're talking about here really are the pieces that are optional and that are being driven by council rather than by other levels of government.
Thank you. And I think also Councillor Patterson just touched on sort of, the understanding of the risk pieces. So could you just give us, like, I know they're not large reports, but perhaps like how long are they? What is included in a typical sort of impact assessment so that we understand what's coming back to us on each of these?
Thank you, Your Worship. So part of what the document, and I try and avoid using too much bureaucratic terminology, but I think I actually will introduce the names of the document now just for shorthand. But the document that we will be bringing back for you, we call a project backgrounder, and it really will set out some very high-level overview of the document. Those of you who've been on council before will recognize it. We brought it back before, a slightly different name, but it'll have a brief description of our understanding of the project. And then it will also detail the amount of staff hours that we anticipate being necessary to support the project, both for the lead department as well as all other aspects of the organization. So a project might be led by our planning department. It might also require communications support. It might require corporate services support, engineering support, finance support. So we will account for each of those hours. And that's part of what takes a bit of time in preparing those project backgrounders, because it's not just one department preparing it. There has to be coordination and outreach between the departments. And when we assess our overall organizational capacity, we're not just thinking about the projects we have on our plate to deliver, but also our responsibility to support other departments in the delivery of their projects. So we will have that information available. We'll have information available on what the anticipated budget implications are, price out a bit what we think the consulting services would cost, facility rentals, whatever other costs might be associated with delivering on a project. And to the point that was just made, one part of that form also talks about the risks associated with the project. So that could be the risks both of completing the project as well as the risks of not completing the project.
Thank you for that. Councillor Green, I see your hand up.
Yes, thank you very much, Ms. Bay. Through you, Mayor. Thank you for all of the information. This is helpful. And I have gone through all of it. There is an assumption that we're making, and it's not your assumption, I think it's just a general assumption, that the campaign period informed us well about how the community feels about certain priorities and things. And I don't want us to be overly confident about that assumption. Our voter turnout was notoriously low for Oak Bay at 33.3%, I think, compared with well over 50, sometimes 60%. So I'm concerned about the level of public engagement around this and other things. COVID had a huge impact on public engagement, as we know. So it's just a cautionary note that I just don't want to make too many assumptions. So I'm hoping that there will be an opportunity at some juncture. Now, you've talked about when there will be public input and feedback on the priorities, but I want us to flag that as a really important component for all of us and certainly for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Ms. Bay, do you have anything to add to that, or are you?
Thank you, Your Worship. Certainly, the February meeting that we're contemplating there will be opportunity for public input at that point, as well as through the budget process.
Thank you for that. Go ahead, Councillor Green.
And just a secondary question, thank you through you, Mayor. Ms. Bay, will the February 6th meeting be well advertised to the public ahead of time, just to give them a heads up? Thank you. I can see you're nodding, so that's great. Thank you very much.
Oh, for those at home who can't see the nod, you can just speak your answer for the record, Ms. Bay.
Thank you, Your Worship. That is the intent.
Thank you. Okay, good. So we have the report in front of us. I might just do the receipt first. And
Move receipt.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed? Thank you. We have up first in that attachment 1 is the values. This has come. I don't think you need to go over it, Ms. Bay. So these are draft for our consideration. I'm happy to take any feedback here or suggestions. And process-wise, we'd look at a motion to approve the values, but I know I have at least one question first before we get to that stage. So are there any questions of members of council? Councillor Green and then Councillor Patterson?
Would you like a question, or can I add a couple of items, or how would you like to manage that?
I
Thank
think
you.
we'll just take a couple of questions first. Are there any questions? Go ahead, Councillor Patterson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. In the values statement, we, and maybe this was my fault because I took a course that that staff directed us to take, which was on council values, and it was developed with it was collaborative effort by UBCM and LMGA, I hope that's the right sequence, in the province. And so they basically had 4 core values, and most are, the integrity and leadership are in there, inclusion. But the one that was not highlighted as a single element was accountability. And I personally feel that's pretty important, because I think if you don't have accountability as a single point item, then none of the rest of it matters, because if I'm not going to be accountable, it doesn't really matter what else I put in here. So I think the accountability one, I feel, just as did the input that guided that course material and the outcome of that, that accountability should be in there as a value. And I don't want to belabor a lot of time on this, because all the materials that were already produced and are accepted, I think, by other local governments, they have definitions and they have the background on it. So I would support this if we put that accountability in there also.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. It wasn't entirely a question, but we'll deal with that as the pieces. I do have one quick question on this one, and it was struck by the term council values, and I'm just wondering if from staff's perspective, usually when serving on boards, they're often sort of institutional values or organizational values. Mm-hmm. So the governance level sets the values, but they're there to reflect the. And I noticed, so we have some wording here that is kind of specific to councils, and a lot of this, frankly, it would apply to the staff as they were doing their day-to-day work, and these values could apply in terms of the integrity, et cetera. So can I just ask the question of staff, should these be council values, or should they be organizational values, or is that just essentially a council decision of how we want to phrase that?
Thank you, Your Worship. It is the council decision, even if it doesn't say staff specifically, and that there are council values because of staff's role in supporting and implementing the directions that council sets. Any council values would implicitly, effectively be staff values, because that's our role is to support staff, council in achieving both your values and the priority themes and projects. So it would have the same effect either way. It's Genesis really as a council set of values was it's being brought up at council orientation and workshop discussions about how council wanted to serve this mandate and deliver on council's council's mandate. So it's really up to council.
Thank you. I don't want to belabor it. I just wanted to ask the question of it. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Green.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks, Ms. Bay. I would agree with you, Mayor. I think organizational as opposed to council is more all-encompassing and embracing. So I personally would like to see that change, and I agree with Ms. Bay. It rests with council, obviously, but sometimes we have to be explicit about the work. So I like the change to organizational, but I would certainly like to hear what others feel. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite, and if there's no other first-time speakers, we'll go back to Councillor Patterson. Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
Thank you so much, Mayor. And I'm wondering, to Councillor Patterson's point about the accountability, I wonder if it would be as simple as just adding it in as a word, and under integrity, we serve with integrity and accountability. And I wonder if that would encompass the intent of the accountability piece.
I have Councillor Patterson next in the speaking order anyway, so why don't we go there?
I guess, and I'll read it off here. In the accountability listing, the reason I feel that this is critical to go in, under accountability is be transparent about how elected officials carry out their duties and how council conducts its business. I think that's pretty important. So I would prefer it to be I would prefer the accountability to be an added point in this. And so I would make a motion that we amend it by adding in accountability.
So before I take amendments, we don't actually have a motion. Well, we can have a motion. What I'll probably do then, just procedurally here to keep this as simple and clear and clean as possible, what I'll probably do is seek a motion if there's will of council to move the council values, the attachment 1 as is, and then we can take any motions to change it. And if there's anything desired to change it to an organizational, then I think we'll have to just refer that back to staff to do the final wording, because I'm not wordsmithing the language and council agrees that stuff in there. I think we just need to give that higher piece a chance to clear that up. So can I get a motion to approve these as they are?
I'll move that the council values be approved as set out in attachment 1.
Moved and
Second.
seconded. Thank you. Councillor Patterson, you wish to make an amendment?
Thank you. I would move that we add in an additional separate item to the list, and that is accountability. And we can take the wording directly from the foundational principles of responsible conduct that we all took our oath on. That was what was used for developing our oaths of office. And I will just also to speak to that, well, perhaps if somebody would second it.
Moved and seconded. Go ahead.
And to just speak to it, as I did say, that the one point was be transparent about, that's under it is, be transparent about how elected officials carry out their duties and how council conducts business. And also, another one that I thought was very important is listen to and consider the opinions and needs of the community in all decision-making and allow for public discourse and feedback. I think that that's very important to how we conduct business from this council table.
Thank you. So the motion right now is to include can you read the language again around, do you want to add the word accountability and then a follow-on
Yes.
paragraph? Go ahead.
To add to the list of the values, the separate point item of accountability, and to guide the language to that to refer to the foundational principles of responsible conduct.
Can you read the section that is laid out since you seem to have it in front of you?
Yes. There's quite a long list, but the 2 bullet points that I would like beside that is be transparent about how elected officials carry out their duties and how council conducts business. And the second point is listen to and consider the opinions and needs of the community in all decision-making and allow for public discourse and feedback.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on that motion to add those? I'll just state, I think, and I appreciate where this is coming from. Those guidelines for responsible conduct are, I think really important, and the values that come out of that are also really important. I also feel like we have the opportunity to create our own particular pieces of this, and this came through a process that we undertook. I do agree actually with Councillor Braithwaite's idea of just ensuring that we include that word accountability under the integrity piece. I felt when I read it that was inclusive, because I think it is a really important aspect. But I think particularly if we're going to consider these as values that are more transparent, not just responsible conduct at this table, but looking at the values for the organization, that I would be more comfortable using the language of adding the word of accountability as part of our values without having as part under integrity, because I think it does fit nicely under integrity. So that's my own take of the change. I think the five that are here stand with that addition, so I'm not as thoroughly supportive, but I'm willing to listen to other discussion on this as well. Go ahead, Councillor Green.
It's not that I disagree with the Councillor Braithwaite, my colleague, or with you either, Mayor, but I think those two phrases cover off nicely the public engagement piece, which I touched on earlier. And I think it's important to be explicit around accountability as we move forward, but I will support the motion as it's read, but I know that others will probably feel differently, but I do like the wording that is used there, so thank you.
And again, not to get into wordsmithing too specifically, I think it was helpful to have those two pieces to guide what was intended, but I think we would have to give this back to staff to tweak it. Sorry to have another hand. Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
Yeah, I think I actually do feel more comfortable with just adding the word accountability into the integrity. It kind of speaks to that. It says we're truthful and open, we can be dependent upon, show good judgment and own our decisions. And to me, that's really a good definition around accountability as well. So that's where I would prefer it.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the motion to add the word accountability to the list of words here, with some final wordsmithing to come back for consideration at a future meeting? Not, I'll just call it. Go ahead, Councillor Green.
And just for clarity, what is the motion before us at the moment, please?
Motion is currently is to amend the attachment 1 to add the word accountability with language in the lines of what Councillor Patterson has read aloud, and that would be wordsmith and come back to us, because it duplicates a little bit of what's in here, so we have to just possibly move them around a little bit. So the current motion is to add that extra word in here. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Watson, and then Councillor Appleton.
Thank you, Mayor. Just for clarification, to add the word as a separate value, is that what I'm hearing? It would be a 6th item in the group. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Appleton.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I guess not because I disagree with any component of it, but this is, I think, I guess I lean more towards your comments, Mr. Mayor, in terms of that the values that were developed here were sort of developed collectively as specific to us and our organization, and not that the content that Councillor Patterson suggests is in any way inappropriate. I think it is wholly appropriate, but I am somewhat compelled by the idea that these are our list of values that we developed as a collective, and that integrating the concept of accountability into the existing one is, the existing language is more, I guess, what I lean towards. Although if it should come to pass that that accountability was rested as a separate value, I don't think that would necessarily detract from anything either. So I think it just really comes down to where you want to see it put. But I think at the current motion on the table, I think I would vote against that. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. I'll go back to Councillor Patterson in a second here, but yeah, I don't think the funny thing is having debates on things we all agree on. It's just a matter of whether we add the word separately or not. So go ahead, Councillor Patterson.
Yes, Mayor, I guess if we are accepting that these are values as organizational values, they should have gone to public for comment also.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. We have a motion right now to amend this to include a separate line item for accountability. I'm not going to spend too much more time on this one, I don't think. So all those in favor, and any opposed? That is Councillor Watson, Appleton, Smart, Braithwaite, and Murdoch opposed, so that will stay as a piece. Would like to see anything else, Councillor Patterson? Nope. Councillor Braithwaite, you suggested making an amendment to include.
So I would move that we add the words and accountability after the words integrity in the first bullet point.
Seconded. Any other discussion on that? I think we all agreed on that in the first time around, just where it sit. So I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Councillor Green and Patterson opposed. Thank you. Is there any other? So we have now an amended set of values, council values as it stands right now. Is there any desire to have have wording more sort of more general than just council values? If not, then we will move it forward. We're good as it is. Councillor Smart?
Is this the last opportunity just to say something about the values?
Yes, I would say this is a good time to speak to the motion as a
Yes,
whole.
okay,
Perfect.
Okay, I just wanted to comment, I don't want to change the values as they sit, but I just wanted to recognize one of the letter writers that came forward this week with regards to hoping that our values would encompass regional cooperation. And I know from our conversations at the table that that is very much in our hearts and our desires. And while it may not explicitly be worded currently in the values, I just wanted to publicly acknowledge that I've heard that from many people around the table.
Yeah, thank you. I think it is a really important piece of it. And I think I will say the district has done that fairly well over the years, and I think it's really core to our success. Go ahead, Councillor Green.
Yes, and I think the other point the letter writer made on that subject was partnership. I think partnership could be inserted here in the existing wording under perhaps inclusion or leadership, but I think partnership is an important part of what we do, and I think it has been embedded in the work that our staff does. They work in partnership with many other organizations and municipalities and levels of government, so I like the word partnership. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have the values as here. The motion is original as amended to include accountability. Is there any other discussion on this before I call the question on the values? I don't see any, so I will call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Oh. You're opposed to the values as a whole? Sorry, I didn't quite catch this. Were there any opposed? Councillor Patterson, opposed? Thank you. That carries. And we move, unless there's any other business arising from the values piece, we will move on to project themes. Council priority themes. As laid out here, I think we've gone back and around on this one a little bit in terms of pieces. My understanding of these is not to set anything other than to give us some pockets or buckets to set our priorities into. But if there's any changes that people wish to see, we're certainly willing to take them. Go ahead, Councillor Green.
Again, feedback from a resident, which I thought was timely, under diversity and inclusion to add ages. I think he talked about the importance of age not being used as a discriminator. So I don't see a problem with adding.
So what I'll do here is maybe I'll just take a motion to approve the council priority themes. Is there a mover and a seconder?
Okay.
Moved and seconded, thank you. And then why don't you make a motion then to add the word and ages based on that then? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes, I actually have two options for changes, just two amendments, small amendments.
Okay.
So the first one is ages under diversity and inclusion.
Yep.
And the other one is to include Indigenous communities in addition to First Nations. Not all First Nations not all Indigenous communities are comprised of First Nations, so I think we should make that distinction, and that's it. So that's what I propose, those two amendments.
So just under the fifth one, you would add all identities, comma, add ages and backgrounds. Is that the So belonging and
Yes.
safety for people of all identity, ages, and backgrounds.
Yes, correct.
And then under the Truth and Reconciliation, advanced Truth and Reconciliation with local First Nations, Indigenous communities, and then based on respect and desire for
Yes,
shared
yeah,
prosperity.
I put Indigenous communities ahead of First Nations, if that's all right. So it would be Indigenous communities and First Nations.
Sure, we'll let, I think we can leave the.
I'll
the
let staff
specific-
sort that out. Thank you.
Moved and seconded for those two amendments. Any discussion on those two? Go ahead, Councillor Patterson.
I think if we are adding, and I agree with adding Indigenous with First Nations, but we should also probably then add Métis also.
I think we can consider, well, it's up to this body, if we consider Métis as part of the Indigenous communities writ large or not. We are, so the motion as it stands right now is to add those two pieces. Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Are we at discussion for that?
At this point, because there was a motion made to amend, we're going to have discussion on the amendments, and then we'll come back to the main motion as amended if it passes, or not as amended if it doesn't pass. So the motion right now is to amend, so the discussion should be on the addition of the words ages and First Nation, or Indigenous communities at this point.
Could I comment?
please,
Could I-
go ahead.
So perhaps local Indigenous communities actually captures all. I don't know if we need to distinguish First Nations. That would just be my comment.
Go ahead, Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Mayor. If we were really we want to reflect that we're including all communities that are not settlers, then the language is actually a little broader, and maybe we could just leave it to staff to put in the complete list, because it would also include the Inuit, and there may well be Inuit living within our community. So there is now standard language that others are using when they are trying to make the broadest inclusionary statement. Thank you.
Just thinking here procedurally, we have a motion to amend to include. I think we can probably go through this process, and if that's the will of council, we can give further direction to staff to go and examine if there's other appropriate language that could be inserted in there to make sure that we're being broadly inclusive in that language. So I'll only deal with the motion as it's in front of us at this point, and then we can give that further direction as in addition. I don't think there's any harm in the wording that's been provided. So right now we have adding the words, the terms ages and Indigenous communities to this. That's the motion on the floor, is to make those additions. Any discussion on those additions? I don't see any. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. And are there any other changes to these project themes that people would like to propose? Go ahead, Councillor Appleton.
Thank you, Your Worship. And this is potentially the most pedantic question I'm going to ask all terms, so I'm going to get it out of the way early. I'm just wondering whether or not, as usual, Ms. Bay has laid out, amazing material and has accompanied it with basically custom designed and custom created materials just for us. This is very pedantic, but I'm just wondering whether or not we're actually hung up on the color scheme that was used here for the iconography, because the reason that is in some management regimes, certain colors associated with certain things and certain, and potentially if in the future we're doing tracking, and we have done tracking in the past, sort of on a red, yellow, sort of green, yellow, red type of idea, and seeing where things were at from a progress point of view. So I'm wondering whether there's an opportunity to kind of, I'm not sure, I'm sure this is final materials, and I'm sure Ms. Bay's already thought about this, but I'm just, in terms of tracking over time and for legibility for the public, whether or not it's better to settle on a little bit different color scheme for the actual themes themselves, so that we can use that, distinguish between that and tracking. So that's that's as far as I can go with that, Your Worship.
So I'll do one thing here. I'll say that approval of these priorities or the priority themes does not include the colors, and that Ms. Bay perhaps, I think that's actually a very good point, because the red, green, yellow can be very confusing at times if they show up at the head of a document or something. So perhaps we could just look at those as a color scheme without giving any clear direction at this point. Ms. Bay, did you want to add anything?
Thank you, Your Worship. Fortunately, the rainbow has many colors, and there are many colors of even many shades even of red, yellow, and green, and we can also use shapes and other symbology as well. We were trying to make the colors distinct enough that they were different for each other, and certainly there was a little bit of thought given to the relationship between the colors and the themes. But if council wants something different, we're happy to pursue something different. We will be actually engaging the services of a graphic design firm to package our council priority plan and our 5-year financial plan and our annual report and have them all in a consistent type of language and family and feeling. So there's possibility that some of that process may result in some refinement to the colors or the symbology, but I think the key here is the content in terms of the words. That's the piece that staff really can't change without council direction, and if refinements are required to the other components, we're happy to work with that over the years.
Thank you, Ms. Bay. We want to be inclusive of all the colors here, is the important piece of the thing. Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite. You did, sorry, my apologies. Was there another hand up at this point on this? Councillor Smart, go ahead.
This is for comments on the themes. There was just one other thing, and again, I don't also want to be niggly about things, but with the climate change and environment one, it simply says to preserve the environment, and looking at the livability theme, it says to preserve or improve, and I can't help but to think with the restoration and the enhancing tree canopy that maybe we might want to consider and preserve and enhance the environment or something of that nature. So small comment. I don't feel strongly about it.
So procedurally, it's easiest if you make a motion to change it. So if you want to just make a comment to preserve and improve, or whatever language you want, that we can certainly treat that as an amendment.
Sure, I'll make a motion to preserve and enhance the environment.
So just the wording would just do add the words and enhance after and preserve and preserve and enhance the environment. Yep, all clear on that one? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Patterson.
Just a question, just for clarification. When we talk about enhancing the environment, is that to be built environment, engineered environment, or natural environment, or both? I'm just not certain. Thank you.
I think that's a question for all of us. The wording is as it stands there with climate change and environment. It would typically refer to the natural environment for environmental protection pieces, but I suppose you could read it any way you wanted to. So I think treat the wording as it is here. As if it's not clear enough, then perhaps we can change that as well. Right now we have a motion to add preserve and enhance. Go ahead, Councillor Appleton, on the motion to adopt, or the amend.
Just further to Councillor Patterson's question, I think it's a valid question to ask. I guess when it definitely relates to natural environment in my view, because in terms of the investments in the built environment, that seems to fall under livability to me in terms of investing in infrastructure and facilities. That commitment to improving built infrastructure falls within that theme, to my mind anyway, and that the climate change and environment refers to natural environment.
I don't want to spend too much time on this if we're in general agreement on the pieces here, but right now the suggestion is to add and enhance to the environment. I don't see any other discussion on this amendment. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. That carries. All right. So we now have a doubly amended council priority themes. Is there on the main motion? I will. Yes. So right now we have those amendments in place, but we haven't called the question on the main question, which includes those amendments. I don't see any other hands popping up on that, so I will call the question on an approval of the council priority themes as laid out here, but not the colors. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed? And Councillor Watson, you had sort of raised there the question, sort of a broader question of I can't remember what it was in terms of possible sort of general direction on, the inclusivity language. So can we also just ask that just direct staff to go back and just review that language of Indigenous communities and First Nations and confirm that if there's generally agreed upon language that would be as inclusive as possible, that we can make those changes on there. You go ahead, Councillor Green.
Just a quick comment on that, and I completely agree with those changes proposed. There are also urban Indigenous peoples that are not living in communities per se, so perhaps staff can just add that to their exploratory just to make sure that those individuals are also captured because they live off reserve or outside their own communities. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't want to, yeah, that's a fair point, all those pieces. So I think the motion would just be, Councillor Watson, I'll throw words into your mouth here. On this one, is just to direct staff to just review that language to ensure that it's as broadly inclusive as possible. Okay, thank you. Any other discussion on that motion? Is it moved? Sorry, is there a seconder? Second. Moved and seconded, thank you. Is there any discussion? Don't see any. All those in favor? Any opposed? Not opposed. Thank you. Anything else related to the project themes? Don't see any, so we'll move on to the priorities themselves. And thank you for that. So this is a long list of things. So again, process-wise, I'm going to ask that we approve make a motion to approve the priorities for, what was it? You gave us the term that you're using internally here, the project backgrounders. So attachment 4, to give direction to staff to bring back project backgrounders on the projects listed in attachment 4. So we have that moved and seconded. Then we will take motions just to amend. So we'll just keep track and sort of add. So I'll deal with removing things from attachment 4 first, and then we'll deal with moving things from attachment 5 into attachment 4. And I'll just try and manage a fairly quick discussion on each of those to make sure that. And I think the other thing I wouldn't mind if there's before we move on to attachment 5 possibilities, if there's any sort of clarification people want on any of the items in attachment 4, this is a good chance to bring them up because I'd like to give staff as much direction as we can on those items as well. So can I get a motion to approve the
I'll
items?
make that motion.
To requesting project backgrounders on items in attachment 4. Thank you, moved and seconded. It's now live, so won't call the question on this one for a while. So why don't we go through attachment 4 first? People want to sort of bring it up on their screens or on the paper. And if there's anything that people wish to remove from that list at this time, and yeah, go ahead. I have Councillor Appleton and then Councillor Watson. Oh, sure, go ahead, Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Mayor. Just before we started that process, I wondered, I had another category. We had add, remove, and I also had the idea of combine. And that might be a separate way or another organizing method as we're doing this. So I think it's maybe add, delete, combine, or clarify somehow or another. So
yeah. So
That's
just
a
in short,
suggestion,
yes,
thank you.
no problem. If there's any suggestions, again, that can seek clarification, we can, I think anything we can do to clarify each of these to give staff as much direction as possible. We want to make sure that we have the broadest list possible of things that we're interested in, because I appreciate there's clearly a difference between some of these. Some of these are massive projects and some of them are, could we just take 10 minutes and do that? So, I don't want to we want to, capture what we need to capture, move things forward, and then get those pieces back. So I don't want to be, but at the same time, we also, as we heard, there's limited time, so we don't want to sort of say, yes, give us backgrounders on all of these. We have to apply some discipline. This is a balancing act. There's no right answers here. So, so going through very quickly the pieces on the attachment 4, Councillor Appleton, you had your hand up for removal. Go ahead.
Well, Your Worship, I was wondering if I could ask a couple of short questions with respect to removal, and just to see whether these are questions related to whether or not we might be able to move these things off, but they're related to staff's process and where the staff process is at.
Yeah, yeah,
So.
let's ask the questions. If you have them, Heather, you'll probably have
Okay,
them as well.
thank you. So through you to staff, and hopefully these will be as rapid fire as we can get them. But with respect to item number 4 on current attachment 4, which is respect to secondary suites, it's calling for, right now it's titled Implement Secondary Suites Program. When I hear implement, I think I hear move into the actual implementation phase, like in terms of develop the regulatory tools and those types of components. And so I'm just wondering, is this moving into the operational zone? What is the council governance decision that's needed at this stage? What does the background or look like for secondary suites at this juncture?
Ms. Williams?
Thank you, Your Worship. At the point we're at right now with the secondary suites program, we have regulatory framework, but we don't have an understanding of the exact way council wants this implemented. We had talked about incentives, we had talked about fines, we had talked about reduced licensing fees for existing versus new. So there are a number of items that need to be considered, as well as how long do we want to give an individual with an existing suite to comply to the alternative building code. So there are a number of policy related questions that need to come back to council. And then we need to look at, my apologies, what are the resources required to implement that based on our best estimate of how those units will come forward.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Okay, and that's clear to me. I just wanted to be specific, because what's laid out right here is very broad with respect to secondary suites. So what we're talking about is sort of the regulatory environment development and the policy around things like enforcement and compliance thresholds is really what we're talking about here, which makes sense to me. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you. Okay, so if I may, Your Worship? Thank you. Secondarily, with item number 16, which relates to sidewalk patios. Again, this is, I'm just kind of wondering what if we're moving into sort of a design guidelines phase, just through you, Your Worship, to staff. Again, what is the governance piece that we can expect on this one? I'm looking at it more just for scope of work. The secondary suites is going to be a lot of work. Potentially, this is, for council, maybe a fairly low degree of regulatory input, of governance oversight. But if I could just ask that question of what specifically are we looking at for a governance decision point here?
Your Worship, through you, I will do my best to respond on this one. So council previously approved essentially the project charter for this undertaking. What is at issue now is that the provincial regulations that enabled the temporary pandemic-related patio programs are set to expire at the end of March, and so this project is sort of starting in earnest now in order to sort of look at what the future looks like. So the governance decisions will actually be the bylaws that will have regulations applicable to a future sidewalk patio program.
Go ahead, Councillor Appleton.
I see Councillor Braithwaite looking to say. I'm okay. Thank you for that, and I appreciate that. I'm just, I guess what I'm asking these questions in the sense of, can council potentially, remove things from here that are passing into the operational realm and potentially could shorten the list of things to work on. So, I ask the questions in the sense of how can we compact the list down to try and make room for other things. But what I guess I'm hearing then is that. Are we talking about essentially, well, I guess there will still need to be a discussion from council on the sidewalk patio piece as to exactly how the bylaws should be phrased in terms of locations and appropriate uses and those types of things. There's still some work to do there.
Mr. Coates?
That works now. Through you, Your Worship. So yes, indeed, and a significant component of that is set to start imminently is the public engagement components of that, to see what the successes and what the stories are, and help to sort of frame and guide the policy matters that come back for council's consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Coates. Councillor Appleton?
Thank you, Your Worship. Then, okay, so that the public engagement component is a significant one, so I appreciate that. Thank you. If sorry, Your Worship, can I continue here?
You can continue, yeah.
Try to make this as quickly as possible.
So what I'm going to do is, unless there's a motion to remove something, and I appreciate the questions first,
Yep.
then we'll have the debate on that. Otherwise, questions are really valid, because I think these help clarify for all of us what these actually mean. Because I actually flagged the one on the first one you raised there as one. I'm like, oh, we're going to have questions on this one because we haven't really defined what implement suites actually means. And clearly the 4-3 responses were indicated that as well. So go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I appreciate that. And yes, just to reiterate what you're saying is that I am hopefully moving towards places where I can ask that things be removed. And this is the information gathering was to the effect of getting things removed so we can alleviate that workload a little bit. My next question is with respect to item 10, which is the fire master plan, and this has been going on for some time. The notes is that it doesn't need a project backgrounder, which I understand because it's sort of an ongoing project. Again, I'm just curious as to, does this need to remain a council priority as sort of an ongoing item that we know has a defined endpoint and we know has a defined product? We've received a recent update about it. Again, is there a governance point here? Does it remain on the council priorities list if it's sort of an ongoing operational direction to go to an endpoint?
Go ahead, Ms. Bay.
Thank you, Your Worship. Perhaps I didn't do justice in terms of explaining how something that was on the previous council priority plan made it onto this council priority plan, because really what we did was if a project had not yet received the green circle indicating completeness on the previous council priority plan, we did carry those projects forward to this list just so that it honors the fact that these projects were on the previous council priority plan list. So we didn't arbitrarily remove anything. The only projects that got removed were the ones that were complete. This project is in progress, as noted, but it's not complete. So it's up to council whether you want to keep it on the list or not. The project work doesn't diminish by taking it off, in that we've indicated here that we're not proposing a project backgrounder on it, even if it should remain on the council priority list. I know that the project is nearing completion, so unless council feels very strongly to stop it in its tracks, it will in fact continue on until it's complete.
Thank you for that, Ms. Bay. Go ahead, Councillor Appleton.
Thank you, Your Worship. So just lastly, in terms of questions in this regard, just with respect to item 33, which is the Cool Kit program on attachment 4. Again, there's no need for a project backgrounder because this is an ongoing project, but I'm just wondering whether, again, this is, I guess it may relate to the previous item as well, but my understanding was that this upcoming year was going to be the year 3 of 3 of the Cool Kit program. And so is it possible that this isn't necessarily something to be considered at this point, but potentially could be reconsidered at 23-24 to say what the next step would be in the process? So is this sort of, is it necessary for us to reconfirm the Cool Kit at this juncture as a 3-year project? Or could we potentially shorten that list and have it on the long list for reconsideration for 2024 and onwards?
Ms. Bay?
That is up to council, so if that's council's preference, absolutely. The work doesn't go away, so whether it's on council's priority list or not, either the hours that are devoted to this will be captured as among the hours devoted to council priorities, and have that kind of public profile of us reporting on it on a regular basis at our Q2 and Q3 updates. That's one of the values of having it in the council priority plan, and that it takes on that level of profile of a council priority project that you may wish it to have. If you're content to let the project be operationalized and play out its time and leave the project for consideration of longer term possibilities on the long list, that's certainly another option.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Appleton. You're making it hard for us, Ms. Bay, for having this list, so. Go ahead, Councillor Green, and then Councillor Patterson.
Thank you. Just two things. One is a question, actually, as part of the project backgrounder, and I through you, Mayor, to Ms. Bay. Ms. Bay, would it be possible also to indicate any capacity issues that exist now and that are foreseen for the near future, near meaning by the end of next year? I'm concerned that, and I think I said this earlier in a meeting, I don't want us to overpromise or leave the community feeling that we're going to do all of these things if, in fact, we have a capacity issue at the staff level, and also being aware of staff and their well-being. So I want us to be sort of, it's the good, the bad, and the ugly in this situation, and I really want us to know what the bad and the ugly are. It's not always great, but it's important information, I think, for all of us as we go through and assess each of these. Thank you. And my other question, my other point was to take something off. I only have one that I was looking at, which is support the Deer Management Research Project. I think Deer Management is self-managing essentially through you and your office and UWSS and the province. I'm not sure why it's still here. I know that we've talked about that, but it seems to me that we have, by approving the research piece, we have put this to bed for now. So that's my only point. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Ms., I don't know if you'd have to answer the second part, wasn't as much a question, but we can come back to that if you wanted to make a motion to remove it. But maybe you can talk to that as well. Go ahead, Ms. Bay.
Thank you, Your Worship. To the first point about the capacity, that is absolutely why we're preparing the project backgrounders, and we will be looking at those not just on an individual basis, but really on a portfolio basis. So whatever projects you give us, whether it's, well, whatever the number is that you give us, we will be looking at the cumulative impact of those on a by-department basis, referencing back to my earlier comments about how no project is just one department. It's inevitably impacting multiple departments. And so we have, through our internal work planning process, identified what the capacity is for each department. Each of the directors has gone through and analyzed the capacity. In fact, for each of the next 5 years of the 5-year financial plan, a tremendous amount of work has been done by each of the departments to go through that and identify how many hours it takes to deliver the basic services, how many hours it takes to respond to the anticipated changes at a federal and provincial level, everything basically that we know about needing to happen in the next few years, so that we could in fact identify what the capacity was for each individual department to take on additional council priority projects. So with that base work being done, our next step is to determine what the hourly impact is of whatever council priority projects you express interest in tonight, and then assess it against that inventory. And then we'll be meeting as a leadership team in January and looking at all those project backgrounders that each of the directors has prepared. What happens if council gives us direction to proceed with every one of these projects? Can we do that with existing staff? If we can't, can we move some of those projects around to make as much of that possible happen without adding requests for new staff? And failing that, what is the staff ask in order to deliver these projects if we can't move projects around? So we will be bringing all that information forward, and that's part of the reason we need a little bit of time, not just to prepare the project backgrounders, but also to undertake that assessment of the cumulative impact and have those debates as a leadership team about and discussions. How do we make this happen? And if we can't make it happen with existing resources, what is the ask going to be to, in fact, make it happen?
Thank you, Ms. Bay. Councillor Green?
Just two more questions through you, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Bay, for that. Also, if you could identify the HR impacts in terms of any anticipated absences or gaps in staffing, I think that's important. I think, recently we have had some losses that have had huge impacts on the organization as a whole, so that would be helpful. And also, in addition to additional staff to make these happen, as you identified, also the consultants, do we have capacity for consulting to help augment or supplement staffing shortages or workload overages? So just things like that would be really helpful. And I don't want to make more work for you. I'm just wondering if those components can be included easily. Thank you.
Ms.
Thank
Baig?
you. Thank you, Your Worship. Certainly, we will be assessing not just the staffing impact, but also the consulting impact. In terms of anticipating when when staff absences might happen, that's a tough one. We can maybe anticipate retirements, but much tougher to anticipate people leaving voluntarily or becoming ill or in other ways seeing some of that staff movement. I think clearly we've all seen in our individual workplaces and we see in the world out there that it's a challenging labor market right now. And to a certain extent, I think we will probably be coming back saying this is assuming a full staff contingent. And if we run into scenarios where there's not full staffing, then there will be some project delays. And that's part of the reason we come back on twice a year with our quarterly updates and say we're running into trouble here because we're 2 people down, or we're running into we're doing gloriously. We're fully we're fully staffed in this department. The challenge, of course, is even if one were to say estimate a 20% vacancy factor, it makes a big difference what department that vacancy is in, and so. With a relatively small organization like ours, it's very difficult to anticipate what the impact is going to be of a staff absence or multiple staff absences or turnover. Suffice to say, it's significant when we lose senior staff, the project leaders on these projects. Before we can hire and bring someone up to speed, it has a tremendous impact. Our commitment to staff or to council is to come back, let you know where we're at with some of those challenges and seek your direction. And that is one of another tool that we put in place is for us to come back and have those discussions. We all know that with project management, there's limited numbers of points of leverage on a project as you have to adjust. So you can adjust the scope, you can adjust the amount of time it takes, and just the quality, you can adjust the budget. You can't adjust everything. So we would be coming back for council's direction. Do you want us to delay the project? Do you want us to put more consultants on it? Do you want to reduce the scope? How do you want us to deal with this constraint? And that's really a governance decision. But we ultimately, we can't make magic. And so if the resources aren't there to carry out the project, then the project will obviously be in trouble. And then it's up to council to determine which of the various potential approaches to take to respond to that. And it's up to staff to provide the information so that you can make that decision.
I appreciate all of your points. Thank you.
Thank you. I have speaking list here. I have Councillor Braithwaite, Patterson, and Watson.
Thank you. And one of my questions was around the secondary suite, so thanks to Councillor Appleton for asking that. Under number 25, the Prepare Comprehensive Asset Management Plan, I thought that we already had that underway. Do we not?
Ms. Bay?
Thank you, Your Worship. There is some work that needs to be still completed, and that initiative, you're quite right in pointing out that's was not one that council put on the list. That's one that one of the few that staff put on the list as an idea put forward so that we could better advance council's priorities related to asset management. And so while some of the component pieces that have been identified in there have been completed, there's a portion of the implementation that hasn't been. And so our recommendation is to ask our finance director to come back with a project backgrounder spelling out what those components are and what work needs to be done and what the implications would be of completing that work, so you have more fulsome information.
Thank you for that. Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
And then a little bit on the number 26, the livability in regards to the patios. I think I heard Mr. Coates say that the province's legislation around that was ending on March 31st or March next year. But would we not be able to, as a municipality, just extend that bylaw into a later date for us to be able to allow those patios until we were prepared to be able to have meetings, et cetera, in regards to having public input?
Coates?
Your worship, through you. So currently, there is no bylaw of the district. It's done under permit under that special authority resulting from the pandemic.
And I'm sorry, and it came back to us earlier this year to extend it, and was that the end of the extension, was to March 31st? Okay, thank you.
For those at home, that was a nodded yes in the background. Anything else, Councillor Braithwaite? Councillor Patterson, and then Councillor Watson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and then I have a few clarifications that I would like. But under livability, number 23, ensures service levels as they relate to sidewalks and walkways are restored to what they were 5 years ago. I'm not sure that I look at that as a council priority project. In fact, if we're restoring them to what they were, then it would seem to me that there must have been a service level drop that wasn't approved by council in the first place. So I'm just wondering if this isn't more operational, if it really is a council priority. If that's not more operational, and it also does fit with the active transportation, because some of the funding for active transportation, if we use surplus funds, was to be divided between either bike paths and sidewalks and pedestrian ways. So I think there could be a combination, but I'm just not sure that this should be a standalone item as a council priority. I really think sidewalks are operational, but perhaps there's something I'm missing here.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. My understanding of, of this particular project is this is related to the upkeep of the sidewalks and trails as it relates to the changes in regulations a number of years ago that prohibited the use of Roundup and other toxic substances such as that. And so as a result, our service level on sidewalk maintenance has really decreased so that we could fit the maintenance within the existing staff component. So this could have a significant impact on staffing, so we felt it was something that was worth taking a look at.
At least getting a backgrounder on. Got it. Anything else, Councillor Patterson?
Yeah, thank you. I think that clarifies it, although I'm still not sure exactly that it's council priority as opposed to operational, but nevertheless. Just for clarification on the in-housing at number 4, the secondary suites program, we did elaborate and clarify some of that. Thank you very much. But I had also, when we were doing housing infill, brought forward a motion that was approved, a resolution that was approved to come to agreement on performance metrics, both for secondary suites and infill housing, that we would then include annually with our annual report. And it seems that with Bill 43 being introduced, there will be a requirement for metrics anyways. So I just want to ensure that that is still captured in the implementation of secondary suites or infill housing when it comes up.
There's a separation here between council resolutions and council priorities. I'm not sure if staff, do you have the council resolution? That would not be a priority. That would be on the council resolution list if it came forward as a motion. Does anybody on staff have that handy to speak to? I don't think it's entirely related to this today, Councillor Patterson, unless you wanted to consider it as perhaps a more of a project piece for this.
I guess we'll leave it as a resolution, although I think it's going to be very important to inform our overall housing framework going forward. So hopefully it will be coming back fairly soon. Okay, so on the comprehensive asset management plan, just thank you very much for clarifying that it will include the implementation plan, which is the critical component of this, and that our previous director of engineering reported on extensively, and the need to do it. So I think that's good. I just am wondering too, when we talk about a comprehensive asset management plan, will this now incorporate, in addition to the infrastructure, which we've talked about to great lengths, but also will this incorporate all of the municipal facilities, the buildings and all of that? So is that what this would consider?
Ms. Bay?
Thank you, Worship. I hate to speak for our Director of Finance and Asset Management, but since he does have that portfolio under his auspices now, I can't imagine that it wouldn't, but that would be, the proposed scope of that would be defined and confirmed through the project backgrounder.
Thank you. I think that's part of this process in the backgrounders, is it will allow us to have that conversation where we see what's been laid out for us, and we can parse it apart and say yes to that, not to that. But go ahead, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you for that clarification, Mayor. I was just going to suggest that if it didn't include the municipal buildings, then I would be wanting a priority to include the municipal facilities and buildings into the overall plan. Under Section 12, livability, the analyzed stormwater management program options. Again, I tend to think of these as more operational, because if anybody is looking to me as a member of council to analyze stormwater management, it's going to be difficult. So I'm wondering what the governance is exactly on that, and also council did, by a prior resolution, support incorporating into stormwater management the Bowker Creek watershed. And so I don't know where that sits relative to this, and perhaps we could clarify that.
I'm not sure who on staff here today would be able, this is not coming back for a backgrounder because it's work underway with into previous priorities, so I don't know if anybody here has the ability to speak to the status of that in the engineering department at this time. I can't recall either, Councillor Patterson. My apologies.
Okay, perhaps that's something somebody could make note of, and we can capture as we move along on these. Under livability 10, the prepare the master fire plan. One component of this that I have queried for a couple of years now, and that is that the installation of the temporary, we never defined how temporary, or the term of length of temporary, the temporary building to house the new fire truck that we are expecting to be delivered at some point in the future. So this says no need for a project backgrounder, but that is something, it was not captured in the last presentation we had on that building, and we haven't had anything further come forward. So where does that fit into the scope of these projects? Because I think that's going to have make quite a change within that, the emergency services buildings in that area, the installation of the building for the new larger fire truck.
Go ahead, Ms. Williams.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will give the fire chief a heads up to make sure that we include that in the presentation coming forward in January, but I do know that the storage location for the new fire truck and the training facility has been rethought because of some complications that we didn't anticipate, and some other options are being considered, but I will certainly have him include that in the January presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. No further questions.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you to staff. First of all, I just wanted to say that some of my questions have just been answered because they were raised by Councillor Patterson, so thank you. I wanted to just flag for surety or clarification for item 27. staff have made a note that it would be combined with number 28. I would fully support that. I think that makes a really good sense. They really are kind of, 28 is kind of a continuation of perhaps the first year of 27. But are we to understand in seeing 27 on the list here, if we, that we're really talking about 27 and 28?
Yes, Your Worship, that would be our intent.
Okay, thank you. And then I would also just like to revisit the, sorry, not to flog a horse here, but the item 16 livability about the sidewalk patios. I saw that there were elements of this exercise that might also come out in the village master planning process. And I wanted to ask staff to see if there was any way to take out items from 16 that might fall more correctly into the village master planning process, because we certainly are referring to things like design and configuration of sidewalk patios, which could be an important element of any of our village planning. So if you could just comment on that, please.
Ms. Bay?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think it'll probably be a matter of timing, that it'll take longer to prepare those village area, go through that village area planning process and all the associated design work related to that, and that will probably take longer than we have in order to address the short-term needs associated with the sidewalk patios, given that the time constraint we're up against. That doesn't mean that it can't be considered, that there might be further revisions coming out of a village area planning process and design process, and maybe that could be factored into whatever is arrived at through the sidewalk patio piece. But if we wait, then there'll probably be a period where they're not allowed at all, which might present other issues. So it's a timing issue.
Thank you. So if the work on 16 went forward, it would really be to ensure that we could continue to allow a presence of sidewalk patios while we do a longer, more fulsome analysis. Thank you. If I may continue.
Before you do, Councillor Watson, I just might, because your staff are taking notes here of our conversation tonight to kind of help guide, and I think your point, I had originally put in here to take that out and just replace it with a village plan, not recognizing the March deadline of this one piece. But I think your point you're making, and has been raised a couple of times here really in various ways, is that we don't want to be duplicating work and we don't want to be pigeonholing ourselves in this process. So I think just as feedback, I think what we look for is what is the simplest way we can allow them to continue without giving, as of right, say design guideline pieces that might have to be changed in the village plan. So I think that would be probably the feedback I'm hearing here is, yes, let's do this in that, because it's a culmination of work underway. But just keep in mind, if the village plan, which seems to be still in the priorities, goes forward, then that would be that'd be the predominant one that we want to look at more holistically. So thanks. Go ahead, Councillor Watson.
Yes, my next question was about, where have I put, sorry, I put my asterisks on it. Yes, 25, this wonderful comprehensive asset management plan. And I wondered, when we look at the wording that was included for item 38, which I don't think made it forward, which is really about both, now that we've clarified that we think that this plan will include municipal facilities, whether just the notion of sustainability would be reflected in that work, in which case we might not even need number 38 on any list. And that's just a question for staff in terms of the scope of the work that already been identified by our Director of Finance for this project. Is that a possibility?
Thank you, Your Worship. The whole principle of sustainability really underscores everything we do as a district now, so absolutely.
Thank you. And then I just have one final thing, and I appreciate everybody's patience, and it was back to the discussion about the sidewalk and servicing levels, as explained by Ms. Williams. It sounds like the exercise that is listed here is more about looking at the additional level of effort that we be required to achieve the same outcomes that we did achieve when we had different tools to do it. Would that be fair to say?
Ms. Williams?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, very well said. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion right now to adopt the pieces here. I haven't had motions to remove any, but we can still do that. And we'll also, I think, start, happy to go to appendix, or appendix 5 as well, and we can start looking at possible ones to move forward. But if there's any to remove at this point, I'm happy to do that. I'll go to, actually, I haven't gone to you yet, Councillor Smart. So we'll go to Councillor Smart, Councillor Appleton, and Councillor Green.
Thanks. I've had most of my questions answered, thankfully, by everybody. The only one I still don't have entire clarity on, but I understand we might not have the staff here to answer, is with regards to number 12. I still don't feel like I understand the scope of that project, just as far as the potential for removing it as a council priority. Is it possible to get a little bit more background on 12?
Thank you, Your Worship. Unfortunately, with the staff turnover that we've had, it's that we're both challenged. We haven't had an opportunity to catch up with our new Director of Engineering and Public Works on this one. So this will be coming forward as a project because it's already funded and in progress. So Council will be receiving a report on this. Again, as I said earlier on, whether it's on the list or not, because it's so far in progress, it will be advanced unless council tells us to stop. And as we bring it forward, certainly there will be plenty of opportunity for information sharing and for seeking council's direction on that.
Thank you. I'll try and give my memory of this, which is that as in the last term, as council was looking at where to allocate money and the asset management piece, there was feedback from staff to say, we need to do a certain amount of assessment and a certain amount of planning for various pieces, and storm, sewer, and water infrastructure were separated out, and there was the scoping and the other the detailed design and prioritization work was undertaken, and the stormwater is still outstanding, and I think this is kind of the tail end of that piece. So that's my recollection of where it's at. So it's part of council priorities because we said yes, those are the pieces, but it's kind of at the tail end of that, and that will ultimately, I think, wind up and then lead to the broader asset management planning piece. Don't hold me to that, but that's my recollection of how we got here.
So I just had one further question then, just I guess in a sense it might be with regards to capacity to prepare backgrounders, and that's just with regards to, do we have the capacity to only do one project under diversity and inclusion, as far as deciding whether or not that is the key project to consider under that category? I just want to know if we have to remove first before we add. I just need to know if there's the capacity to add another project in that category under corporate services, or if we really need to be preemptive and take things away in order to add them later.
It's actually a great question. I think let's deal with it holistically as a whole. I don't think, and Ms. Bay, perhaps you can answer that, but I think at this point we are adding things to get backgrounders. I don't think we can be, at the end of the day, too restrictive. If it's important to council, we should be moving it. We're just trying to, at the end of the day, again, that fine balance of doing everything we need to, but not so much that we overwhelm staff. So Ms. Bay, anything you wish to add?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think that was well put. I may just add that we have applied no capacity filters to this list at this point, and so at this point we don't even know how many hours would go into this, so it would be difficult for us to do. And I just encourage council, if there is a project that you think could be a serious contender under the right conditions to be undertaken in 2023 and 2024, then I think it would be absolutely appropriate to ask for a project backgrounder so you can find out what the implications of taking on that project would be. Recognizing that there's all sorts of great projects here, and there's never a shortage of great projects, but also that we're talking at this point about the first 2 years and not all 4 years of your mandate, or even all 5 years of the 5-year financial plan, which is incidentally also a revolving time period, right? So that 5-year financial plan will always be a 5-year financial plan. Even your last year of office. There's still going to be a number of years ahead of you. And we will actually be moving more to align the council priority plan with the 5-year financial plan so that they will be consistent. So whatever projects you're approving in the 5-year financial plan towards the end of your mandate will also be listed in the 5-year council priority plan, recognizing, of course, that a new council would be looking at that list maybe with a different lens, coming fresh off the election and being in the position that you're in now. But at least at that point, their task won't be as overwhelming as the task is before you today, and that's because we're really transitioning into that. We didn't have a council priority plan at the outset of last year mandate. It was something that was evolved and developed partway through the last mandate, and so now we're kind of playing a little bit of catch up to get us into that point where we see full alignment. So, all to say, you're not limited.
Anything else, Councillor Smart?
Okay, no, I think I'll leave it at that. I could put forward a motion, but I think there's others that still want to speak. So I'll let the discussion continue.
Certainly, and I think if there's motions to remove, we can certainly do that. We can also treat the removal at the end if people wish, because there may be some if we add a bunch, we may want to say, okay, that has a higher priority and take some off. So I'm amenable to that. We don't have to do them at the beginning. Councillor Appleton and Councillor Green.
Thank you, Your Worship. And to your point, I will move to make a motion. I would move that item 23 under livability, with respect to service levels for sidewalks, be removed and deferred to attachment 5.
Okay. Is there a seconder for that? Moved and seconded? Go ahead. This is just simplest here is if it's moved in second, just say what you need to say to compel your case. We'll have a quick discussion, debate. We'll call the question. It'll pass or fail. We'll move on to the next one. So we have a number of these to get through, so go ahead.
Absolutely, Your Worship. 20 seconds. Not that I disagree with any of the content and the intent of it, but my concern is that we've been deferring the notion of reviewing levels of service for municipal operations for some years. So if we're going to talk about levels of service, I would like to talk about levels of service comprehensively for the entire municipal operation and not have this rest as a single council priority for this one item. And I also concur with Councillor Patterson's comments with respect to active transportation infrastructure, that deciding on levels of service for certain types of active transportation infrastructure may in fact get influenced by what we choose to invest in terms of active transportation infrastructure, and it may change the field as far as what we decide to do in that regard. Thank you, Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Appleton. Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I'm afraid I'm going to have to vote against. And the reason for that is because I think that the sidewalks do need to get back to the level of what they were 5 years ago. I think that what we've seen since we were unable to use the roundup, et cetera, on the sidewalks is in certain areas, there's massive pieces of greenery that are growing out of our sidewalks, and they're causing real problems. And if we don't take care of this now, the infrastructure that is going to have to be replaced fully because of this is going to be astronomical. So I really feel that it's important that we do keep this on. So sadly, I'll have to vote against.
Go ahead, Councillor Green. And I should probably say something too, because I put this on there in the first place. So go ahead.
Thank you very much. And I don't disagree with Councillor Appleton or Councillor Smart's viewpoints, but I agree with Councillor Braithwaite. Sidewalks, particularly in the village, are the most obvious indicators that we have a problem, that infrastructure is failing, and those sidewalks are not in great condition, particularly between Monterey and Wilmot. And I have to say, they are a hazard. And there's a lot of foot traffic in the village right now because of the season, and it's more obvious to me. And I'm constantly walking with my head down so that I can not trip on something dangerous. So I feel the sidewalks are a very, they exemplify the state of infrastructure generally, and they have the most impact on pedestrians and on travel. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Patterson?
Yes, and I appreciate certainly what Councillor Braithwaite and Green have commented on, and I walked the neighborhoods extensively. So, but that, of course, is why I support what Councillor Appleton brought forward. It's, yes, I know the sidewalks are in deplorable condition in many areas. However, this project then could become very broad in scope. So either I would think that we need to refine this down to something that we think would be more manageable in context, or we need to look at a more holistic approach to, and I will call it public areas, because the sidewalks in the village are bad, but the sidewalks on Willows Beach, which gets a lot of public traffic, are also bad. And I mean, I could go on. I won't elaborate on all of the areas, but this is really about service levels, and I think that that's something that we do need to come to terms with in some form during this council term. But I just see it as a broader project that needs to be thoughtfully approached and resourced, so that we have a good chance of success at making differences, or at least knowing which the key priority areas are that we're going to deal with.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Smart and Watson.
I agree that it's a very important issue, but I don't yet feel that I'm convinced that it should be a council priority project. It's these, I feel like it could be handled at the operational level. There's lots of innovative ways of dealing with this, and I see this kind of project as being really distracting from some of the bigger work that we need to do, and so I would be supporting moving it away from a council priority.
Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Mayor. I would add on to that I am concerned that if we kept this on the list, it would divert valuable attention and resources from item 27 and /28, and that I would perhaps, maybe I should ask for clarification. My expectation would be that if there were glaring safety issues with respect to sidewalks, that those would be being managed as part of ongoing operations to address the safety of the public. But to make this a project in isolation just around this issue of service levels, I would not be supporting that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just, I'll speak in opposition to the motion, although I understand what I've heard, why people would be in support of it, for two things. One, while we are moving our process on these to a service level perspective, that's the right thing to be doing. We don't have a service level review in the books, so to speak, so this isn't a natural one that would come up. And honestly, I actually don't know if this would be a priority either, because I have no sense of what the scope of it or the cost of it was. So the reason I had asked for this to be added on the list in the first place was I kind of wanted a backgrounder just to say, is this something that we can just do and add a person or a summertime position and just have it done with, or is it a big project? And so that was the rationale. It wasn't so much to say go forward, but it seemed like one of those ones. It is becoming, I will say, a pretty substantial issue of, like, around Beach Drive, just trying to run. There were cracks there that had bushes up to my hip this summer. It was quite incredible sometimes, some of these weeds. And so I just think, at some point we have to look at it. And I was just curious about what would that look like, and so hence the backgrounder. So I'm not going to support the motion. I think I understand where it comes from. It is not a big project. It's a small project, and I don't know what it would cost, and I may agree that we should not have it on our list, but I did want to have a backgrounder on it. So. Go ahead, Councillor Green. I don't want to belabor this one too much. I don't think it's
No,
go ahead.
I'll be brief, but when we talk about risk and liability, sidewalks have a risk and liability factor for the public. Thank you.
Anyway, the motion here is to remove it and move it to the longer term. Again, cases can be made for and against that. So the motion, if you vote in favor, we'll just move this to the attachment 5 for the longer term. If the motion fails, then it'll just stay on this list and we'll get a backgrounder. So I think that's enough discussion on this one. So all those in favor of removing this, and those opposed, Councillor Braithwaite and Green, and Mayor Murdoch opposed. That carries. That will be moved to the attachment 5. All right, we'll try and move through these a little bit quicker than this going forward, but it's good practice on something that's not too substantial. Was there anything else, Councillor Appleton, you wish to add to that list?
Not a removal, Your Worship, but just a really quick question about item 27 on active transportation. And I do appreciate the clarification on amalgamating 27 and 28 from attachment 5, just some of the longer pieces. I wanted to, and thank you for staff for confirming that. Item 28 that's currently in attachment 5 speaks to the design. It speaks to, the creation of a basic network. And it speaks to timeframes. It speaks to something that's going to happen within the upcoming council term. So I'm just wondering if 27 and 28 are being amalgamated here, will the project backgrounder speak to the basic network, the cost implications of the basic network being constructed within this term? It was originally, the motions that were originally made around that talked about a 5-year time frame, a build out in a 5-year time frame. So I'm just wanting to ensure that the design in terms of the basic network is still being considered and the time frame is still being considered. Thank you.
Ms. Bay?
Thank you, Your Worship. I've made that note, so it's clear that that's what, if this motion passes, that what would be the wish of council. So there may be phasing components to some of these as they come back with project backgrounders. There might be like a phase A and a phase B and so forth, especially where we're recommending that they be considered in tandem. Doesn't necessarily mean that it'll be brought forward as one indivisible project. So staff, I've certainly made note of that comment as I've been tracking notes throughout the evening on council's elaborations on the intent behind some of these projects.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Appleton.
So just to confirm, Your Worship, is that enough direction to staff, or do we need a motion to that effect that those two components are specifically considered?
Thank you, Your Worship. With all of these things, as we've been hearing the comments, we've been making notes, and really the direction from council will come at such time as you have the project backgrounder information, and then you can decide how you wish to proceed with the project. What we're looking for resolutions on is whether you in fact want the project backgrounders or not. I don't think we need individual resolutions for specific intent behind them.
Thank you, Ms. Bay. And I think importantly here as well, we are reliant on staff expertise and knowledge, and they will have an insight into some of these things that we don't. And so I look forward to having their thoughts on ways that we might achieve those in meaningful ways. So thank you for that clarification, Councillor Appleton. Councillor Green here. I think I'm out of my speaking. Let's go ahead, Councillor Watson.
Thank you. I wonder if this is an opportune time to talk about some additions from the additional projects recommended by staff, which are not, I guess they are sort of on the table too, aren't they? Are they considered part of attachment 4?
Anything that's in attachment 4 is part of that, whether they came from staff, from us, or existing. The only thing about the existing ones is that where there's not going to be any backgrounder provided because they're actively underway in near completion. So those are the only pieces.
So if we have, just to clarify, if we have the whole table in effect on the floor, it would include 51, 52, and 11. Is that correct? Okay, thank you.
46, yes.
Oh, sorry, I missed that one. Okay.
Yep. The next page there. All right. I don't see, any other, go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
Yeah, I just, on number 18, the livability, which was prepare an options analysis of a potential temporary off-leash dog park. There's a staff note that says combined with number 13. And I'm wondering, number 13 is update the dog use policies, which it looks like has been funded, but not yet started. So I'm wondering if it's easier to do something really temporary around the dog leash and then not have to combine it with number 13, because I think number 13 would be a much bigger process. So I'm thinking that I would prefer not to combine it with number 13 and just to do something on on its own, perhaps.
I'm getting nods around the table, I think, for the most part here, so I think that's very doable. There's no point in doing a big options analysis if that's a bigger project in the future. Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite, anything else?
No, I'm good, thanks.
Okay, now we're trying to keep going through this. So right now, 4 is largely intact with the removal of 1. And so we're going to look at attachment 5, and there's no super simple way of doing this. I'm just wondering now, just given the nature of the pieces here, why don't I go through them in order and just see if there's anybody who wishes to move each of them in order, one by one, as we go through it, and that way we can have a quick discussion. If there is, we'll just take a motion. If there's a seconder, we'll talk about it and go forward that way. So number 7, housing update zoning bylaw. This has lots of support, obviously, but not in this term or in the first year for a backgrounder. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just, I mean, I know that it's funded already, but it hasn't been started. It is something that we've been talking about, we talked about a lot in the last council term. So that might be something that I would actually like to see a backgrounder on, if there's support for that around the table.
So did you want to move that to just make a motion to move it to
I'll make that motion.
add it?
Second.
Moved and seconded.
And just to motivate, I would just say again that we have been talking about this for a number of years. I think it's something important for the community as well. And yeah, I would like to see it. I would like to see at least some information to see if we could perhaps move forward on that.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Green and then Councillor Watson.
Thank you. We've talked about this also in relation to the official community plan, that the zoning bylaw fundamentally is not, it does not reflect the official community plan fundamentally either. So you have 2 documents that don't always talk to each other well, and this has impacted our ability to move forward with certain things. So I think it's critical to our plans around housing and infill, and I think it is something we've talked about for a long time, and I think we really need to tackle it. It's tricky, and I know it involves quite a lot of work, but it's fundamental to everything we do in planning. Thank you.
So before I go to other comments on this one, I think one of the problems this one has is that I think if I went around the table and asked, what do you mean by a zoning amendment bylaw or update zoning bylaw, we're going to get probably 15 different answers of what it might be, or 20 or 30. And I think maybe we could make this a little simpler, because I think there'd be a lot of support for this to bring back, not to update it in the first term, but to bring back sort of a project plan for what that looks like and options, so the council can give some governance to it more than just an update zoning bylaw. Because I think for some people it's like the size of houses, some people it's building, or businesses, some people it's parking spaces, those kind of things. And I think if we can tease it out a bit, that might be helpful. But I think until we do that, we're kind of have this giant matzo ball that we can't actually compress. Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Yeah, if I could just say a quick comment, and that's just with regards to, we're going to need to update our zoning bylaw with our infill housing, with some of our other initiatives. And so I see with our limited resources that updating our zoning bylaw through the other projects, to me inherently makes a lot more sense. And updating zoning bylaw comprehensively feels like diluting our resources in a very unspecific way. It feels like an onerous project. We need to be really nimble right now. We need to really have action items that are very specific.
Thank you. Councillor Watson and Appleton.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to echo that sentiment. I think that if we were going to move this and ask for a backgrounder, I would even want the request to be for a much more targeted exercise, because the bylaw covers so much ground. And I even loathe to ask for the backgrounder, given the amount of work that would have involved, given that my sense is that with the infill housing strategy as a very significant project, it would be unlikely that these two things are running at the same time. I could be wrong, but my own desire would be to leave it on this list and then look at it next year or the following year. I have no qualms about the need for it to be done, and I hear what Councillor Green is saying with respect to the kind of dissonance right now between the OCP and the bylaw, but I think that the priority should be to make the changes to the bylaw that support whatever comes out of the infill housing policy review. Thank you.
Councillor Appleton?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I also concur with Councillors Smart and Watson with respect to having some of these. There will be a significant number of zoning bylaw amendments and changes that the Building and Planning Department will have to contemplate and craft, just with respect to the other components that are on the table, as far as infill housing strategy. And some of the nuts and bolts pieces associated with secondary suites are going to be very, very time consuming for building and planning. So in as much as I believe, I concur with your comments, Your Worship, that there is potentially a way to do this in a more targeted fashion, it is a pretty large undertaking. And I just see in the immediate term, building and planning being quite, at capacity to deliver on some of those pieces around infill housing and village planning. So I believe in as much as, yes, absolutely a comprehensive zoning bylaw review is needed and would be of value. I think at least in the immediate term, that 12 to 18 month time frame, it needs to happen organically as part of other council initiatives. Thank you, Your Worship.
So the motion right now is to move it from 5 to 4 for this year, work this year. Passing of this motion would move it for a backgrounder to be considered this year. Not passing it will leave it on the long list for contemplation for next year or beyond. So that's the motion, is to bump it up for the backgrounder. For all those in favor of moving it forward, please raise your hand. And those opposed, Councillors, you keep your hands raised. Patterson, Smart, Watson, and Appleton opposed. That carries. That fails. Sorry, and so it will remain on the long list. I'll just declare it. I'm gonna have to ignore all your hands at this point. Yeah. So that fails. So that'll stay on there for future consideration. So next is develop a strategy for maintaining rental housing stock. Obviously very important. Where it fits in this, go ahead, Councillor Smart.
You wanted comments and interest in this one? This is something I feel very passionately about, and it's something I guess I would direct to be small, manageable scale things that could be done in the next year, so that we basically, as we work on our infill housing over the next few years, we don't lose the precious rental stock that we have. An example of that might be to other things would be looking at other municipalities for small policies and such.
I'm just going to ask that if you make a motion to move it to section
I will make
4.
a motion to get a backgrounder on number 2.
Moved and seconded. Thank you. I think you motivated already. Anything else you wish to add? Sorry, I kind of interrupted you at the end. Okay. I have Councillor Appleton and Watson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Could I get staff's opinion potentially on a friendly amendment to do with this? Because I feel that there's a potential for amalgamating this with the next item, which is constraints to affordable and diverse housing. So rather than talk about them each separately, I would seek to potentially have an integrated report or an integrated response from staff on an item that addressed both of these components, rental housing stock and constraints to affordable and diverse housing, along the exact same lines as what Councillor Smart has proposed in terms of not being the entirety of that subject, but on actionable items that could take place in the time frame in that 2023-2024 time frame. Is that reasonable is that reasonably clear enough for staff?
Ms.
Thank
Bay?
you, Your Worship. I believe that's clear.
So then I would make the amendment that those two items be combined. with a time frame to action them within the 2023-2024 time frame.
We'll word it as included in a single backgrounder for information, so that if there's economies there, of a piece, I had them linked together on my sheet as well, and question mark, we could link it to a village area plan for multifamily and all kinds of other questions, so I think a backgrounder might be, it would be for both of them together, makes a certain amount of sense if that's the will of council. Then I have Councillor Watson, and then come back to you, Councillor Smart. Go ahead, Councillor Watson.
Yes, I appreciate the suggestion from Councillor Appleton. I was concerned when I saw it, and Councillor Smart made the motion that this particular item could be almost as much work as updating the zoning bylaw, because I think it's a significant piece of policy work. Develop a strategy for maintaining rental housing stock. And so if that's not really what we're talking about, then I would just need a little bit more specific wording about what this combined thing is. I have the same concerns that doing it at all might take precious resources, well, even in asking for it, might take precious resources away from the work that needs to be done on the infill strategy. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Patterson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the intent of what the motion is trying to achieve. I don't support it really for the same rationale, based on my understanding, is of what we would be doing here. I think that it would be resource intensive, and I just think that we have a lot on the plate, and so hastening to add other things on, there's so many good objectives that are put into these charts, but I just feel that we can achieve things like the duplexes and whatnot because we've already got those in the infill housing. So there are ways that we can achieve some of what we want to do with the projects that are already in progress and that we're working on, and that these two items, number 2 and then number 3 in the housing, or it's number 1 in the housing, could be postponed until we get further along with the implementation of the suites and the infill housing.
Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
I would propose that we might look at this more as approving number 1, addressing constraints for affordable and diverse housing, as sort of the main motion for a backgrounder, understanding that it's for actionable items in the next year to support the dire need for affordable housing in our community. And that it may include items from 2 and 6 in order to make that happen, but it is not a thorough, exhaustive, time-consuming thing. It's the low-hanging fruit of how can we make sure that we don't spend a few years doing this amazing infill housing project and in the meantime lose another 50 or 100 rental units because our bylaws and policies do not support saving our affordable housing. Thank you.
Looking around the table here. So what I have right now is essentially moving 2 and, sorry, I'm reading the numbers on the screen here, or my piece of paper here, 2 and 1, the strategy for maintaining rental housing stock and addressing constraints to affordable and diverse housing for a backgrounder for consideration this year. I have to say I'm torn on this one because I think that's super important work, and my constraint here is, has been raised here, is it take away from the work of actually getting housing improved that gets done, or does it thing at the same time? I know it's going to come up as a piece of interest, particularly I think for village planning, because our biggest main thing of rental housing stock and affordable housing is market affordable housing and rental apartments on our corridors in or near villages, and if we don't, I think that's a logical piece of that piece. We're going to have to look at it as part of the thing. So I'm very torn on this one because I think it's super important, but I also don't know if it's this year important or if it's going to follow on to the actual work of the infill. So I appreciate the conversation that we've had here. I struggle with these ones, not because they're great ideas. It's just that moving it forward. Go ahead, Councillor Green.
Yeah, my concern though about this is the provincial timeline as opposed to ours. So there is a provincial timeline that is going to be pressing, and what is our level of readiness on some of these issues, and that concerns me. So I'll just put that out there that, you know, if we can move forward on some of these now, I think the more ready we are, the more prepared we are.
Well, I'm going to throw this out there because I think I've been swayed enough on this one with that comment. I think I'd be supportive of the backgrounder just to understand how this could be broken down, to get staff's input on how we could look at these in what order and in what sort of chunks. And maybe that comes back and says, no, we can do a little bit next year and a little bit the year after that. But I think it's important enough, and particularly with the provincial mandates and so forth, and the urgency to at least get a sense of what that might look like from a timeline. So I'll support this, moving it up. Thank you. Any other discussion on this? Go ahead, Councillor Watson.
Yes, could I just have somebody who is in favor of this maybe clarify for me exactly what it is we would be requesting in the backgrounder then, please?
Well, I'm going to just go to Ms. Bay on this one because we're sort of looking at combining the two of maintaining options for maintaining rental housing stock and looking at constraints to affordable and diverse housing. So I think we'd be looking at what that would look like from a staff cost perspective, how big that project actually is. As pointed out here, is there some low-hanging fruit? Is there some short-term, medium, long-term? And that backgrounder would come back with that information. Is that fair, Ms. Bay?
Thank you. I just want to manage expectations. We might be able to identify that the proposed scope is to look at the low-hanging fruit, but the project backgrounder itself would not be identifying the low-hanging fruit because that in itself
enough.
would represent a piece of work.
Fair enough. Thank you for that clarification. Again, we're optimistic sitting here, even though it's 8:15 at night. Okay, so the motion is to move this up. Is there any other discussion on this item? These two items together. Yes, go ahead, Councillor Smart.
I just want to point out that, like, the whole subject of number one with identifying, you know, constraints to affordable and diverse housing really does include 6.2, and I'm not trying to load this too much into one, but I just, like, on its own, I don't think 6 is a project in itself, but it may or may not come into number one, so I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you. I'm going to deal with it separately, but I think it's a fair point that it may form an important part of those three pieces. Any other discussion on those two together? Don't see. I'm going to call the question then. All those in favor of moving them to 4 and opposed? I have Councillor Watson, Patterson, Braithwaite opposed. I am in favor, so I'll move forward to at least get a backgrounder on that coming back. Then we move to the streamlining building and planning department processes. Again, I think this is a little bit ill-defined because they're doing some of this work already, and so I think the question here is there are things that could come to council in terms of policy support and so forth for that. May form part of that. Ms. Bay, do you know what is being done, and I guess I won't even ask the question on this one, what was internal and what's not. We'd get that in the background if we want to look at it now or in future. So is there anybody who wishes to look at moving this one up? Did you want to go ahead, Councillor Smart?
Sure, I'll make a motion. I think this is really important. This is a hurdle that is one of the things that basically signifies to the greater community that we don't want any development in Oak Bay. With how slow, and I say this with full respect for staff and the logistics that would be involved in this, but I think it's really important work, and it sounds like it's already being undertaken. So I don't really know. I will put forward the motion just so we can have the motion and discussion, a motion to get a backgrounder on 6, acknowledging my further my previous comment that really I think it belongs with 1 and 2.
Moved and seconded. Okay. I think you've already motivated, so is there any other discussion on this one? I'm loath to keep moving more things up this list here, but I am also supportive of this one, largely because I actually think that this is work undergoing with staff, and I think if we have, at least understand if there's anything else from a staff or council priority perspective that would support any of the streamlining or improving, this may just require some additional investment in technology that would require our approval, that those pieces are there. So I'm curious. Ms. Williams?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just at a very high level, this would involve a review of current staff practices and processes to look at where are improvements, where are there opportunities for improvements from a technological perspective, a training perspective, a process perspective, or policy perspective. In the case of maybe there's a governance and a policy piece attached to it. So just to provide a little extra clarity on that.
That's helpful, thank you. So go ahead, Councillor Appleton, and then back to Councillor Smart.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I'd be inclined to, I am of the same mind as you as to be very, very judicious about what gets added to the list. Although I am in this particular case interested in supporting it because I think further to Ms. Williams's comments, I think it would be very interesting. I can't recall council having, and I do hear this comment from the community, but I can't recall council ever having received an analysis of how things, how we could make governance decisions in order to improve the process. There have been staffing considerations and those types of things. I guess it's incumbent on us as the governance body to address how those different components that Ms. Williams outlined and how we might improve those. So it could be deferred for another year. I think at this stage of the game, I'm more inclined to start the process now, or at least analyze what would be required at this stage.
Importantly, not starting it now necessarily. Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Yeah, and I just wanted to comment that, again, it can be more nimble. It doesn't have to be this exhaustive review, but it could touch again on concrete things like, do we want to expedite or reduce fees for affordable and sustainable housing? And some of those smaller, concrete things could make a huge difference to our community.
So the motion right now is to move that to 4 for an options analysis to come back to council. So, at the end of the discussion, I'll call the question on that. All those in favor? Oh, sorry, Councillor Patterson, before we call the question, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just going to say, I don't support it. I think many of these are good ideas, but we are really loading up again. And there are so many things on the previous pages that we looked at that are already carry forwards from prior years because we didn't accomplish them. And so I want to be very cognizant of, we are a small community with limited capacity on the staff, and so I think we have to be very judicious. I agree we all want to move forward on the housing. That's been a goal for the last 4 years, in fact, prior to this council's term. That was unfortunately delayed. And so I'm just cognizant of how long this list is growing, and knowing that there are also many priorities that are operational priorities of the staff that we haven't heard from yet, and creating the work in getting these backgrounders is itself growing into an extensive project that will utilize the staff time that we may need to work on other projects like review of the municipal buildings. So there's a lot of work to be achieved. All of these they're all well-grounded ideas. I understand them. But I think that both for staff and for ourselves on council, when we think about all of the municipal buildings that we haven't even begun to have discussions on, we're building up a load of work that, while great aspiration, is probably not going to be delivered on. And in the interim, we're taking the staff time to get all of these backgrounders that, while it's important, it's also, again, utilizing time that could be spent on looking at the marina, looking at the other and other municipal buildings that we have a small staff. So I just ask that council really consider that the work we're assigning. We know and recognize, I think, that these are all well-founded intentions of projects, but we have to be mindful of the capacity that we have.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. So the motion on the floor is for adding or shifting the streamline building and planning department to be included in the backgrounders. Any other, sorry, I didn't mean to cut anybody off at that point. I'll try and capture people's eyes here. Not seeing any other discussion. Do you want to add something, Councillor Watson?
Only just that, reflecting on what Councillor Patterson has just said, because the last motion passed, although I had seconded this one, I hear that loud and clear. So I will actually not be supporting this motion because I think there is a capacity situation that we're really pushing up against hard.
Thank you, Councillor Smart.
Yeah, and I have great respect for the capacity that we're dealing with right now, but my understanding is we're not voting on the projects, and I understand this is a lot to ask staff to create these backgrounders. But we do need to address some of these critical issues in our community, at least with more information, so that we can have proper decision making at the next stage when we're actually looking at the projects.
Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
Thank you. And yeah, the whole capacity issue is really weighing very heavily on me because there's other things on this list that I look at and I go, wow, it would be great to be able to start that right now. But you know what? We don't have to start everything next year. The whole idea of getting the backgrounder is just to make a determination on which ones we're going to start next year. But if we get a backgrounder on everything, then the capacity that our staff have they're not going to be able to do the backgrounders justice that we're asking them for. So I can't support adding any more onto the list that we already have, even though I would love to, looking down the list, add at least 3 things. I just can't see myself doing it because of the capacity issue. I can wait a year for those to be able to be put on the next list.
Thank you, Councillor Braithwaite. I'm just, again, I don't have a right answer on these ones. For us to make decisions about what to put on our priorities over the next 4 years, we're going to need backgrounders. So I don't want people to feel they can't get a backgrounder on things if they think it's important. But at the same time, we have limitations amount in the next few weeks for how much we're going to get back. So I think these are the balances that we have to strike, and that's the joy here. I just don't want to stifle the opportunity here if there's something that people feel strongly about. So again, I'll come back to this motion. It's sitting on the floor for inclusion. So if it passes, it'll get added for inclusion as a backgrounder. All of those in favor of the building streamlining and planning, sorry, I call it again, all those in favor and those opposed. I have Councillor Watson, Green, Patterson, and Braithwaite opposed. That fails. So that will remain on the long list and no backgrounders. And so we'll go ahead, Councillor Appleton.
Your Worship, just further to my colleagues' comments, and I can appreciate what they're saying here. You had originally proposed sort of like running through the itemized list one by one. I'm just wondering whether or not we might revise that approach to essentially deal with those specific items that councillors feel specifically should be moved up. Just in order to keep the conversation more focused, or that's to your discretion, Your Worship, but it could potentially just leave that with. I think what I'm hearing from my colleagues is that everybody's well conscious, and I appreciate so that there is, we need to be very, very judicious in what gets moved from 5 to 4, if anything. So potentially the conversation could be confined to councillors bringing motions specifically about items on the list that they wanted to move up, if you were amenable, Your Worship.
It's not, I think I'm just going to work through it really quickly, and I think but I would ask that if people feel strongly, I'll make a case, and we're going to move her in a seconder and we'll go through it, but I don't need a debate. We don't need to have a discussion on every one for sure. I think the housing ones were inevitably going to take some time. So I think, so I'm just going to ask, is there anybody on 8? This is prevent or reduce building and infrastructure loss. Wants to have that done this year. Next is undertake a light review of the OCP. I think that falls under the same piece of it'll come up as needed. Then we have so this is moving from community building and planning more into engineering and parks and rec and culture, this section. Improving solid waste management at Elgin Road. I will say I had this one as a piece. I don't usually make motions on it. Just because I think there's some immediate pieces that need to be looked at and some longer term pieces. So I won't move it. If there aren't at least 2 other people interested, then I won't push it. Okay. update dog use policies. I think we already talked about that one. Prepare parks. Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
So a question on that. So when things, this one and the next one that are underway currently, that means that they're already in the process, so that why would we need to ask for a backgrounder on that if it's already underway?
I'm sorry, I'm going through the wrong list here. That's why I'm in the thing. So my apologies. I'm on attachment 5. That's right. Yeah, that's a good question. Would they actually have backgrounders on these two, Ms. Bay?
Thank you, Your Worship. They are, just for clarification, they are funded initiatives, but they haven't been started yet. So they were in the previous council priority plan to be completed in the next few years, but they have not yet been started. Their funding is in the 5-year financial plan. So absolutely up to council whether those get started on the timelines that were initially indicated.
My clarification then, if they don't get bumped up, they're basically not going to be moved forward in the first year. Even though this funding is there in a pool, they wouldn't actually move forward. Is that correct?
Thank you, Your Worship. They would go on to the long list, and then it would be up to council to reconsider those in the reconsideration period about this time next year.
Thank you. Councillor Braithwaite?
But they still funded within the 5-year strategic plan, correct? So if we did wait 1 year, because again, these are two that, to me, if anything on the list should be moving up, but I'm not going to ask them to be added because I truly feel that we have enough on our list for backgrounders already, but I don't want to lose sight of them either. So knowing that they're funded, so sometime next year we could ask for then a backgrounder on them to come back so that we could start them in 2024. Is that correct?
Ms. Bay?
Thank you, Your Worship. The funding envelope is identified in the 5-year financial plan. It's up to council how to deal with that through the budget process. You could reallocate that funding to another project, or alternatively, you could move that funding to another year in the 5-year financial plan. So once you see all the impacts of all the projects in the 5-year financial plan that come out of your decisions on the project backgrounders, that might shed some light, and staff will come forward with some recommendations in that regard.
Thank you, Councillor Braithwaite. And then Councillor Patterson.
Sorry, and lastly, I think that now that we do have a Parks, Rec and Culture committee, once again, that you might see these things being pushed, the develop a playground replacement policy, the Parks and Rec master plan, and the update the dog use policies, because those things will be going to that committee first before they come to council. And so I think you'll be hearing more on those, would be my guess.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Patterson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And like Councillor Braithwaite, I also feel strongly about this, and I'm glad that they're funded within the 5-year plan. Just for clarification, though, because the design of the building for Carnarvon Park is on the short, I'll call it the short list. It made the cut for the short list. So in designing that, how will they fit together? How will designing the building for Carnarvon Park fit with the Parks Master Plan? Perhaps if we could just get clarification on that.
Ms. Bay? Knower of all things.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. So the design of the Carnarvon Park building will be coming forward for Project Backgrounder based on council's direction. So I've made a note of that, and we can certainly address that in the Project Backgrounder in terms of how that connects to the Parks, Rec and Master Plan.
Thank you. So I'm not hearing anything in terms of moving them up at this time. Okay, and I think it's a fair point that we do have a brand new Parks, Rec and Culture Committee, and I think asking them to start a master plan in the first week is probably a bit much. So I think a year of work would probably not hurt them before they tackle that project. So then we move on to develop a playground replacement policy. I think this should come up. I think this is one of those exact projects. We have funding for playgrounds, and I think we have a new Parks and Rec and Culture Committee this would be a perfect thing to refer to them to come back and give us some guidance on. So I actually think this is the kind of thing that we can actually move forward that's small and move it forward. So I don't usually make motions. I'm going to move it. If there's anybody that wants to second it, that's fine.
I'll second it because I do feel this is important. However, I'm going to go against everything I just said already.
Well, again, as a backgrounder, I don't know exactly what's included in this, but I think we're looking at starting a replacement of our playgrounds one every year or two for the next few years. And I think we have a governance piece here that the Parks, Rec, and Culture and we should have some insight on in terms of what we're actually, what is our expectations here? Are we bare bones replacement? Are we doing it at a higher level? What are the expectations? And I just think, if not now, then I think we might miss a window of opportunity here as we do it. And again, this is something that we would refer to the Parks, Rec, and Culture Committee for that guidance. So I think it's reasonably safe to bump it up our priorities as well. But go ahead, Councillor Green, and then Patterson.
Yeah, I think the playground replacement, I heard a lot about that during the campaign, I will tell you. And we were trying to encourage young families to come into Oak Bay and playgrounds. I know my grandchildren love the playgrounds in Oak Bay, but they are looking a little tired, and they're looking tired like the sidewalks in some places are looking tired. So, and I just want to make, okay, I forgot my other point, so that's fine. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Patterson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And, you know, I don't want to add a lot of things on, but I do know that we have a new committee, and so there will be additional resources, I suppose, for offering this. And certainly I heard a lot about it last term when I was running for election, and again this term. But could staff perhaps just clarify for me, when we talk about develop a playground replacement policy, does that mean replacing the entire playground or the equipment within the playground? What exactly does this mean?
I think that would be the subject of a backgrounder. Ms. Bay?
Thank you, Your Worship. I believe this is one of the items that came from council, so we would be looking to you for direction in terms of what you envision with that, and failing that, we will try to anticipate what you mean by that and bring that forward in a project backgrounder.
Thank you. I heard it was just concerned about how elaborate and is accessibility going to be built in, all those kind of questions that I heard in the discussion. We didn't have any guidance because we didn't delve into it in detail. Councillor Green?
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Through you, Mayor, you just triggered my point. When we talk about resources, we haven't, I don't believe, and that's partly COVID, we haven't utilized some of our volunteer bodies to their optimum levels. We have a lot of very talented volunteers on these various bodies, advisory bodies, and I think that is a whole resource area that we should examine in a much stronger way. We worked hard to try and sort of control and regulate and mandate them, but you know, this may be a time when we could expand and enhance their role to assist us, because they are, again, part of the resources of the municipalities. So let's not forget or ignore the fact that they could be of some real help. Thank you.
All right, so the motion is on the floor here. I don't want to beat this to death, but go ahead, Councillor Patterson.
If the specifics are about the playground fixturing replacement and we can utilize the committee, then I would support getting a backgrounder on it. If it's to redo the entire playground, that would be more extensive. So I'm just clarifying that it's the playground equipment, I guess is what it's called. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smart.
I realize we don't have the staff in the room necessarily to speak to this, but when we were on our orientation tour, Parks was speaking to this as if they already had a plan for playground renewal. So I just don't, well, I really want to utilize that committee, and I love playgrounds. I just don't understand what this project is.
Sure, thank you. I think my hearing of that was that they were replacing the like for like, and so the question was, or should we have a governance, take a step, have a governance look at it and give some direction as to, what is the level of replacement of that equipment that should be contemplated? So that was, I think, the genesis for this originally, but again, I'm not 100% sure, because it was about a bunch of conversations. So again, the backgrounder, if it goes forward, would give us an opportunity to kind of delve into it a bit more detail, but Councillor Smart, I don't know if that helps the answer. Okay. So the motion right now is to move this up. So the motion in favor would move it up for, get a backgrounder. Motion against keeps it on this long list. So I'll call the question. All those in favor? And any opposed? None opposed. That's a rare one. There we go. We have Bowker Creek Walkway this year. This is one that we all want so badly. Go ahead, Councillor Appleton.
Your Worship, I would not seek to move this one forward at this time, but only, I just wanted to make the point at this stage of the game that the only reason that I take that position is because we've contemplated a larger active transportation plan as part of component 4. So I feel this is very high importance. But so I would not seek to move it at this time, just because I know that additional infrastructure like this would be considered as part of an active transportation network. Thank you.
Wait, go ahead, Councillor Patterson. Councillor Smart, did I see your hand as well?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And I agree with Councillor Appleton because we do have the active transportation. This is something that could be looked at. But the stormwater management was to consider how Bowker Creek will fit in as a beneficial management of water overflow and whatnot. So perhaps if this is at least flagged as an additional concept to consider when they do that stormwater, because I think out of that stormwater project, it may identify viability on this. So more flagging it with that project, not asking for a backgrounder specifically on that, but just flagging it with the other projects. So if the stormwater management project eliminates this, well, then it'll come off. But it's just a way of identifying whether it will actually move forward or not.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Councillor Smart? Again, if there's no motion to move it up, then I think we don't want to spend too much time on this. We recognize it as a viable thing. But
Yeah,
go ahead,
I'll just be
Councillor
super brief. I just echo the comments that I think it's a really important project that I hope happens this term, but we can't detract from active transportation.
Smart. I don't see a motion to move it up to the priorities piece or the backgrounder right now. So we'll move to the next one, dry winter walking at Uplands Park. I'm going to move this one again to see if there's a seconder, because I do think this is second. I'll speak to it really quickly. Again, this is one, we referred to Parks, Rec, and Culture. I think this is probably likely in the works anyway, because we have an obligation to protect the endangered flora and fauna in that park. But also, we're ending up trampling a lot of things that shouldn't be trampled, and we're preventing access during much of the year when people still like to walk through the park. So I just think we prefer this to Park, Rec, and Culture, and we get a backgrounder on it, but it's been discussed at numerous times, but it's never had the backing of council as a project. So I think if we at least get a backgrounder, we can consider whether it has viability. So hence, I'm ask again, this would be to mostly refer it to Park, Rec, and Culture, but I think it needs our support if there's viability there in the basics. Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite and Green.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I would totally agree with your comments, and I do believe that it is something that's going to be a high priority for the Parks, Rec, and Culture Committee, because it does come up all the time.
Also Green and then Smart.
At Cattle Point, inadequate toileting at Cattle Point. There are some real issues there, so I would like to propose that be added to this particular one and refer to the Parks and Rec and Culture Committee, because I took a tour of Cattle Point in August and it was pretty shocking.
I think since Cattle Point is technically inclusive of Uplands Park, I think we can probably just treat it as the two. If this is and again, this would be for a background of what that might entail, if that moves forward. Councillor Smart?
I was just going to say I'd be supportive of this from the perspective of being ready, because I would hope that there would be a lot of grant opportunities available, because I understand this is a very costly project, but if we can be ready in advance so that we can maximize the use of grants, I think that's important.
Thank you. All right, so the motion, if passed, would add this to the backgrounders coming back in February. Any other discussion on this? You go ahead, Councillor Watson.
And just to clarify, are we adding Councillor Green's suggestion that it's actually a slightly expanded backgrounder because it's dealing with other amenities within the park? Or is it really just about winter access and protection of the flora and fauna during the winter? So it's just a question about what we're agreeing to or asking staff
What
to
we're
do.
asking for right now is inclusive of Cattle Point, but is really of the protection of the ground damage for, it's, I guess, flora more than fauna, technically, but yes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. It's an important question because the toileting issues are affecting the grounds outside the little outhouse that's there, which is completely and utterly inadequate, and actually sits at an angle. And I'm sure it blows over in the wind. But I'm told that people are toileting in other areas of that area. So, thank you.
At this point, the backgrounder is the walking, although at the end of the day, Parks Rec and Culture Commission can certainly flag other issues as they come forward as well. So as it is right now, just walkways. Don't see any other discussions. We'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Not opposed. That'll come back as a backgrounder. Survey on street parking. I think this is tied to giving some more knowledge around things like infill, but probably will follow along with that process as it comes forward. Don't see any hands popping up. Design and implement a data collection system to monitor the impact of deer on public safety. Okay, for now. Memorial bench program. Active transportation network can be fully constructed. We already have that one moved up. So then we're 29 is advanced regional cooperation, engagement, and planning with regards to active transportation and transit. I'll give you a little, yeah, go ahead. I'll just give a little background because this may be a little premature in the sense that there's just going to be a transportation committee struck at the CRD and looking at some regional transportation planning potentials. So I think this would naturally follow what happens from there if there's ways that we can participate in that process. And that's probably a few months away from being sort of fully fleshed out in terms of what that will look like and how the bodies will participate. So this may be a little early, but that's just a little bit of background on it. And Councillor Appleton, you were going to stick your hand up. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Yeah, so I flagged this as one that may not take very much time at all, but is something I don't think we want to leave. So I guess over the last decade, what I've experienced being a resident advocating for transit and cycling is the lack of availability of staff time and direction from council to staff to prioritize showing up and engagement for transit as well as cycling with other municipalities. And I see that there's been detrimental effects in not having that. So I feel like this could be a very, very tiny project in a sense, but I just don't want, again, to have lost opportunities.
Well, I'm going to make the same ask. If you wish to make a motion to get a backgrounder on it, then you can do so.
I wish to make a motion to get a backgrounder on 29.
And seconded. You've motivated. Any other discussion on this? Councillor Braithwaite?
Thanks. I think that I do hear what you're saying as far as this goes, and I would be supportive other than the fact that what the mayor just said about the CRD, and I would really like to kind of wait and see what happens with that first before we would do any work on this, because if it might make it, kind of inconsequential. So I would not support.
Let's get a little clarification, Councillor Smart. This one, because it's almost like asking staff to be more engaged. Is that? I'm just trying to make sure I understand this because it sort of bridges a little bit of sort of staff versus council pieces and the priorities.
Yeah, and maybe you can provide some clarification, but I guess this was one of the hurdles that we ran into when we were doing some of the climate action working group work that the engineering department was telling us that they did not have staff time to work on these things and that they needed direction from council.
Mr. Appleton?
Thank you, Your Worship, and I concur. I was present at the same discussions that Councillor Smart was at, and so I guess what I would say to keep this manageable, the the item as listed is quite broad. Advanced Regional Cooperation Engagement Plan is quite broad. I would say that further to, I concur with Councillor Smart, I would say that for the specific item, in terms of the background or what I might seek to receive, is an assessment from staff of the resource implications of staff time to engage in this process. So it isn't sort of the advanced regional cooperation is a pretty big nut to crack. I guess when we talk about a backgrounder for the assessment of resourcing and what we choose to include in the financial plan, it would be what was required of staff time in order to have dedicated, to have council sanctioned, mandated time to participate in such a process, if that makes sense.
Okay. Any discussion on that? Go ahead, Councillor Patterson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I really think it's important that we have a regional transportation plan. There's no doubt about that. But I think it has to be led by the CRD, really. And I'm wondering if it's not more optimal to wait, perhaps till next year, when we have more background from the CRD on what the CRD, CRD resources are going to be put into this, and whether it's having staff active early in the process, or whether that will be representation from local government in the process. I think it's just, I don't have clarity right now of what the CRD is looking at to get input from this. Many of the CRD committees are made up of local officials too, so it may be staff, but it may be somebody from the council table that participates.
Councillor Smart.
Just to give some more background, well, I'm very excited about the CRD transportation committee come to being. I'm also, this motion is meant to refer to, or this item is meant to refer to things like being up to date with what's currently going on with active transportation in our neighboring municipalities like Salish and Victoria, and being aware of what initiatives BC Transit is putting forward, and not all of that is going to be covered at this CRD level.
Thank you. I think this one's just a little vague. That makes it hard to get your head around exactly what it looks like. Go ahead, Councillor Green, and then Watson.
Yeah, I tend to agree that the CRD is taking leadership on this initiative, but I also appreciate what Councillor Smart is saying. One of the things we could do is invite one of the other municipalities, for instance, Salish or Victoria or Esquimalt, to do a presentation to us about some of the initiatives they're adopting through the regional transportation and their local transportation networks. That's one way of gathering information that doesn't impose on staff time at this time. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Mayor. In listening to the discussion, I wonder, when we heard the word regional, we were thinking CRD, and everybody we had responses in that line, but I was also hearing intermunicipal. And if it is really, as Councillor Appleton, a suggestion about looking for the staffing resources that would be required for us to be a bit more engaged and aware and communicating about those plans, I would support that. But the larger thing that is part of our participation through the CRD, I don't see that in what I would be asking for in 29.
Thanks. Before I call the question, I'll just speak, and I have a hard time speaking against this because I think it's actually super required. But I think at this point, where we've lacked in the past has been actual commitment to investing in our active transportation infrastructure, and that's really hampered our engineering department because they've sort of said, well, it's kind of not, we don't have the resources or any plan in place to do it. And I think the 28 here right above this and the other one that was attached to it where we put money in and we're looking for moving those forward fairly quickly will drive those conversations because we actually have skin in the game. So I'm not sure this is as required. I think if we're not seeing that, but I can tell you right now we will see that that interoperability with other areas to link up. I just don't see this as being our priority right now. I think this could wait and see if there's anything else that comes out of this following the CRD and what we're doing in after transportation. So I'm not going to support it as moving it up at this point, but I definitely support of keeping it on here, because I think we have to keep an eye on it. So it's one of those ones that's hard, because it's obvious we have to support that kind of regional cooperation to move things forward. So it just as a priority, I have a hard time with it. Any other discussion on this one? Again, so a motion in favor, we'll just move it up and we'll get a backgrounder on it. That'll help flesh out some of those details to guide it. And then we can make decisions at that point. Vote against it, we'll keep it on the long list for reconsideration at future time. So all of those in favor of moving it to the priorities backgrounder, thank you. And those opposed, I have Councillor Watson, Green, Patterson, Braithwaite, myself opposed. So that fails to move up. Moving on to 32, transit passes. Go ahead, Councillor Watson.
Receive a backgrounder on this initiative, I would be highly supportive of it. I think it would be a fairly straightforward backgrounder to prepare, because it's really just mostly about cost and only a little bit about implementation, because we have a model for it. And I think it would be a really important indication of our support for public transit as an essential element of our active transportation strategy. Thank you.
Seconded. Councillor, anybody else want to speak to it? Councillor Appleton?
Thank you, Your Worship. I concur. I've spoken to this before around the council table and have expressed my support for this. Oak Bay is currently out of step with our neighboring municipalities in terms of offering a program to provide these. And I do hear from parents. In my particular case, I have kids in sort of the high school age category and especially kids in the junior high school age category that are independent and take the city bus to school. They ask about it and why it isn't available to families in Oak Bay. So I just think that it keeps us consistent with the region. It's a great incentive for young people to develop the habit of using public transit. I just think it's a good thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Appleton. Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
Thanks very much. It'll be really interesting if we do get the background on this to see what the cost is, because I think we looked at this before and the cost was quite, I'm not sure if you remember, Mayor, but the cost was quite high in comparison to some of the other things that we were doing in the municipality. But my question is actually to you, Mayor, is there any indication that you have heard from BC Transit to expanding the bus pass program to all municipalities through BC Transit? And because I haven't heard anything on that. I know there was some talk of it before, but we haven't heard anything on it lately.
So I don't want to get into a great deal of detail on this one. I'm happy to speak to the wheres and wherefores of how things get funded. Suffice to say, Victoria provides this, no other municipalities do. It is fairly expensive, but that's for our decision about whether or not we wanted to fund it. BC Transit doesn't fund it, largely for the reason that they pay a share of overall operating pieces, and so this would fall 100% on the taxpayer. There's no cost sharing with the province for these kind of projects. So they decided essentially to not move it forward at this time, given all the other priorities they have of trying to increase the volume of rapid transit and other priorities to make it a more appealing service as opposed to reducing the cost for a subsection. It's obviously got a lot of merit in its own way. It's just that's been the background on it. So I don't know what the backgrounder would, how much the backgrounder could provide in terms of. There's a lot of nuance here in terms of, because there's a cost attached to managing it, depending on how you do it as well. Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Yeah, I would support having a background on it, just to relook at those costs again, because I know the last time we looked at it, a $45 bus pass was only $14 for the municipality, so it does have overall cost-saving implications, and it's one of the best things we can do for climate action, as well as improving the safety and for kids.
Thank you. I just noticed, thank you for people flagging at me that the time is running out. I was waiting till 5:02 and then I let it slip by. I think we're going to need a bit of time here. Can we just have a motion to extend to 10? I don't think we have any, any desire to go past that point, but I would like to finish this piece ideally by 9:30 if you possibly can. I think we have most of this done, but moved and seconded to 10. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? We do not have to use that time, by all means. 9:12 would be perfect if we can get through it at that point. So we have, and we have other work to do after this, the priority, so we just need to get through this at a, no, I just want to give people time on this one. So the motion right now is to move this one up for prioritization this year, to get a backgrounder for consideration this year. So with that, any other discussion? Don't see any. So all those in favor of moving this to getting a backgrounder? Any opposed? Not opposed, that carries. Expand bike parking. Don't see. This to me is squarely in the village planning pieces. We're trying to manage that piece. Encourage car share programs. Anybody wish to bump that up this year? Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
I'd like to put a motion to get a backgrounder on this one.
Is there a seconder? Yes, so not seconded yet. We're going to get a question.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I just kind of, it currently indicates that this is sort of planned but not funded, but, you know, but I recall that we did receive a presentation from a car share operation and did sort of send that, and there was a motion arising to analyze options for car share in the district. I'm just wondering whether, and I don't want to put staff on the spot here, but I'm just wondering what the status of that was, and whether or not that was still on the table to receive options in that regard. That may weigh into this.
We have no information on that we're able to share tonight, unfortunately.
Let everybody know at home here that not seconding is just recognizing that we're trying to keep a reasonably controlled list. It's interesting, there's a little bit of a cutoff here, Ms. Bay, that I noticed that somehow the item number 34, the erosion, examining erosion prevention, somehow got sort of missed over the carryover. Yeah, it didn't. It's on the original long list, but it somehow got cut off, and for some reason the printing of the. So I'm just going to raise that because I think it just needs a little bit of quick discussion. I'm assuming it was intentionally not included in the current short list, but it's only available right now if you want to look at it on the potential council priority projects. This is number 34. It's only if you go to the attachment 3. It's there. And so this is just the, so if I can bring it up here, is this looking at an erosion prevention program for McNeil Bay and getting a background of what that would look like. So I'm going to move that be moved up for a backgrounder. If there's a seconder, I'm happy to speak to it. Moved and seconded. So very, very briefly, we are putting money aside for McNeil Bay erosion. There's substantial amount of money, millions of dollars probably, required to kind of do if things erode, to remediate it. There are potential options for doing some erosion prevention, some design work in the bay of artificial reefs or other mechanisms for increasing the slope of the beach. We don't know exactly what those are, but I'd like to get an understanding of what's required to move that option forward, if it's viable or not, where it sits in our timeline. And so that's why I had put it on there, because I think this is one of those ones that has a potential for significant cost savings. And but we don't have any background on it at this point, other than we're putting money aside and working on it sort of in the background. So before I add it to a priority list of council, I would just like a backgrounder on it to understand what the cost and staff implications are of developing that work. So that's where it sits. Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
It's an appropriate time just to ask a question about that one. Are the issues significantly different than, some of the, say, tsunami concerns at Willows Beach? Like, should we be looking at that in isolation, or should we be looking at it in conjunction with other areas that may have issues with rising sea level?
Yeah, it's a great question. It's actually quite unique in McNeil Bay. So there's one of the few places where there's soft material vertical face is hit by winter storms. That's eroded. We lose out of a foot or two of it a year. And so it's one of those ones that most of the lands are not being eroded. They're affected by winds and storms, but it's not a tsunami issue. It's an erosion issue. And so it's actually quite unique in Noak Bay for this one, and why we have a specific fund set aside for this project. Was any other discussion on this? All right, I'll call the question. So a vote in favor would add this to getting a priorities or a backgrounder to give us some more information about it starting this year. If not, it would stay on the long list. So all those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. That was a very half-hearted. So we'll go with it though and get a backgrounder. Thank you. We are moving on to item number 35, which is that has an uncertain department, development, community climate action plan. Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Currently in the council, I guess maybe I should put a motion forward.
Yeah, move it.
First, I would like to put a motion forward to get a backgrounder on this item.
Moved and seconded. Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
With regards to our council priorities and having projects under them, just noting that the only climate action item we currently have under there is the coal kit, which really, in some regards, is only there. It's mainly operational, as we discussed, and the only reason it's really hanging on as a council priority project is potentially to have updates. And I think we need to show a commitment to the community with climate action, and I think it would be worth having some background on this.
Thank you. It's moved and seconded. Go ahead, Councillor Patterson and Councillor Appleton.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I noticed that this one is already partially funded and not yet started. Perhaps could we have just a reminder on what exactly the funding was, what the program was that the funding was to accommodate? Because developing a community climate action plan could be quite broad.
Go ahead, Ms. Bay.
Thank you, Your Worship. And because this project hadn't really reached this project start and scoping stage, it really came through I believe it was last year's budget discussions. Some funding was set aside for it, I think for 2024, if I'm remembering correctly. And it was, if I'm remembering, I'm really digging back, but I think it was about $24,000, and it was quite a limited scope. It was to engage in some community discussions about what some areas of opportunity might be for climate action in the community. And the scope of ideas that came forth through some of the earlier discussions with council on council priority projects was significantly wider. If you go to attachment 3, you can see the scope has clearly grown, which is why we noted they're partially funded. I think we probably thought that $25,000 was on the conservative side to start with, and with the expanded scope, I certainly think that wouldn't be sufficient budget to cover off what that broader scope is.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor. Sorry, I lost track of my list, but go ahead, Councillor Watson, then answer Appleton.
Thank you, Mayor. My comment that I made to myself while I was doing the review was that I felt that this would make a great priority exercise in year 2 as a more focused project. But given everything we've discussed tonight and the number of items that are now already on our short list, I would not be supporting bringing this up for even requesting a backgrounder. I do think it's very significant, but I think we have enough work cut out for us and staff. Thank you.
Councillor Appleton.
Thank you, Your Worship, and Councillor Watson's point is well made. I'm wondering whether in the near term, I do concur with Councillor Smart that we need to be doing something in the near term to be addressing, climate impacts. I'm wondering whether in the near term, this might actually pertain more to a bit of an amalgamation between what is here 35 and the next point, which is actually prepare for climate-related emergencies, and the near-term analysis and potential analysis for expenditure of the limited amount of funds currently allocated might be focused around community outreach, specifically about extreme climate impacts, heat dome response, the things of that nature that, that we could have a near-term conversation about sort of what do we need to do in the immediate term to address, the climate impacts which are upon us, right now, essentially, that we've been dealing with immediately. So I'm wondering whether there's space to keep the scope fairly compact if we talk about the 2023 to 24 year only, utilize the existing funding and focus it on climate disaster response and climate disaster adaptation as a proposal, Your Worships, to make sure that it doesn't get to be too large. We're moving the ball forward on this, but not getting the scope too wide.
I'm going to deal with the motion as it's in front of us at the moment. I appreciate that. That is fair. The second one below it was a fire proposed piece of sort of they dealing with some of that emergency planning piece. I'm not going to join them at this point, but I'll just listen to some conversation. Go ahead, Councillor Green.
Well, thank you very much. I agree. This is a critical issue, and they both are. And I think the idea to combine them is a good one. However, at this point in time, again, I'm cognizant of capacity. Rightly points out, and others, and there may be other avenues to deal with some of these issues through other projects. So, I don't think we know that yet. There are also two huge players in this. One is the province, and there's a whole emergency services network, and of course climate with the feds. So I think there are other levels of government also that need to be involved at some point, and I just don't feel at the moment we have that capacity. It's as simple as that. But I'm cognizant of how important the issues are.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Councillor Smart.
I just don't think we would be saying the same thing if the cool kit wasn't left on this list as a drag, because that category would now be empty. And I know we're later in the evening, and the irony is the reason that we're saying potentially no to putting climate action as a priority this year is because there are so many things on the list that all came from us. And I just want to point out the irony of that. Maybe, we could have a backgrounder on small feasible things we could do within the next year. Just a thought that, look at all the things that are on this list. I think we all put things on this list. We're in a climate crisis. I think we need to do something.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Smart. And your point is well made. There are things here internally at the energy plan is something that was a carry-on of previous work that was going to do actively enact energy reduction and so forth within our operations. And those pieces are there as well as potential. So, yeah, a lot of these fit under that. I'm actually not entirely clear what the Community Climate Action Plan is. It could be a giant project, or it could be something very small. I think that's one of the pieces here. So, any other discussion on this, on the motion to move this item up at this time? Again, a motion in favor. Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Is it possible to amend the motion to simplify this to only small actionable items that could happen in the near term?
I think it'd be helpful if that's your desire to look at, would they be like municipal operational items or policy or community activities or all three? I think that would be probably give some guidance.
Perhaps focusing on more small manageable bylaw changes, staff initiatives, but that we could give direction to.
the seconder, Councillor Appleton, is that something that you're understanding of, or?
I understand the gist of it, your worship. I think I would encourage potentially as a first step to I guess if we were going to develop a work plan, there as you mentioned, there's various different ways that a community climate action plan could play out. There's already budget allocated to it. I guess what I would say is, with the understanding of constraints of budget and resource time, then potentially staff could use that existing budget envelope as a bit of a guideline to say what would be required. I don't want to make a plan to make a plan, but there is some fleshing out work that needs to happen. We're sitting here not knowing kind of what the next concrete step is in a community climate action plan and how to prioritize, because that framework hasn't really been drawn up. So I would say at minimum, if we could develop some additional clarity around how we could quickly move towards a community action plan with some concrete deliverables, utilizing the existing budget line item and what the human resource implications of that would be. And again, I don't want to make a plan to make a plan, but I'm conscious that there's not clarity around the table as to how to provide guidance to staff as to what's step A, step B, step C to move forward on this initiative. It's always been very nebulous. So maybe we can have this item be directing staff to create a situation that is less nebulous and provide more guidance on next steps for that. And for example, when the Community Climate Action Work Group was working on this, they were arriving sometimes at the conclusion that this was not possible without dedicated staff. So if the backgrounder alluded to that, to say dedicated staff was a potential opportunity, but it would cost X, these are the things to say, we can't move forward until we have a dedicated staff person, then let's talk about that in the backgrounder.
Thank you, Councillor Appleton. I just appreciate staff's effort here to try to keep us on a clear path. So what they've suggested up here in terms of a motion is to add that item number 35, develop a community climate action plan, with that subset of focusing on small manageable bylaw changes and staff initiatives utilizing existing budget capacity. So that would just keep a very narrow scope of it, but it keeps at least that part going forward. So if that goes forward, then that would be to get a report back on what the staff and implications would be for that, and the resource implications. But that's, so I appreciate you putting it up there as a clarification. Is that amenable to both the mover and the seconder? Yes. Great, thank you. Councillor Green?
Well, first of all, I think it's really important to say that we're all very concerned about climate action in this community. We also have talked a lot about sustainability, and we have sustainability policies and practices that we are integrating in our operational side of the work. I'm just wondering, it seems like climate action is being separated out when really it's about a larger sustainability lens that we are trying to adopt in a lot of the things that we do. I'm just not clear about. Yeah, I'm not clear about the implications of an action plan as opposed to a sustainability plan. So I guess for me there's some confusion here, but anyway.
The difficult part without some more fleshing out. In fact, as we get to this point, I'm looking at the other one that has the same partially funded but not yet started, is the development energy plan for municipal operations, which sort of fits in the same sort of general category of what does that look like from a resourcing perspective. So again, this just I don't want to beat this to death. At the end of the day, if we move it forward, it'll get a backgrounder. If we don't, it'll sit on our list for contemplation next year. I think the case has been pretty well made so far on all sides of it. Go ahead, Councillor Patterson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And again, good aspirational project. However, I don't support moving forward on this one right now. I think that there are other levels of government and utility companies and whatnot that have opportunities for community members to participate in all kinds of cost-saving measures and take climate initiatives. But I see the following one, the preparing for a climate-related emergency and the municipal operations and the municipal facilities planning, all of those will roll in, I think, to other programs and are directly our responsibility as a council to have planning for. I'm actually meeting on the on emergency preparedness with with the fire chief and with Ms. Grant on Wednesday, so I don't have better information on that right now. But so I don't support this piece, and the other pieces will, I think, flow out of some of the work we're doing, and we will have a better understanding to refine those perhaps next year or the following years. So I don't support moving these things forward right now.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Go ahead, Councillor Watson, and then Councillor Smart.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Murdoch. I just want to say again that I do see this as a priority, but I don't want to make it a priority exercise in the coming year. I do think that even things like doing our village planning and our infill housing strategy directly address some climate change in the way that we are approaching our built form and our more intensive use of the land that we've got. So I don't think that we're, just because those items are not under our green, currently green-themed climate change and environment, that we are not addressing that as a priority area. So, yeah, that's what I want to say about that. Thank you.
Councillor Smart.
Yeah, just because we get a background on it doesn't mean we have to move it ahead right away and have it detract from some of that other important work, but climate change continues to happen. Our residents are trying to make good choices, but there's a lot of current bylaws and policies that are preventing them from doing the good work that they need to do to help us as a municipality. There's a lot of amazing things on this list that I've heard councillors around the table talk to already, like demolitions and unbuilding, different driveway, permeable driveway bylaws, parking bylaws, boulevard watering. There's so many little small concrete things that that could happen that could really move forward climate action. And I feel sad that we will put them off when climate change is still happening.
Thank you. We have a motion right now. The motion is to move this for a project backgrounder. So I will, unless there's any other discussion, I'll call the question on that. A motion in favor moves it for a project backgrounder. A motion in opposition keeps it on the long list for consideration in future years. Call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? I have Councillor Green, Watson, Patterson, Braithwaite opposed. That won't get bumped up at this time. So move on to item number 41. Which is prepare for climate-related emergencies. Okay, and moving on to energy plan for municipal operations. This is an interesting one because we had we had a gentleman by the name of Ken Olson doing a lot of our internal auditing pieces for a long time, and we looked at it. The reason this is on this list here is that there's a direction from council at the time to can we operationalize this a bit more formally so that we're always doing an energy audit assessment piece, and that's the genesis of this. But it's a fair bit of work to kind of create all of those. So the backgrounder would give us those pieces. Right now, not sitting on the short list. So, nope. Okay. Then we have number 38, undertake municipal facilities planning with sustainability lens. Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
I just want to point out that it was brought up previously that this might be captured under 25.
Yeah. And I think, in fairness, it is. I think that those as a separate item is not required because it is definitely in our asset management piece is inclusive, but it's here because somebody said it needed a little extra focus if that's the will of council, but I don't see hands popping up on that one. Then the next one, 37, is expand naturalization of Bowker Creek. Go ahead, Councillor Patterson.
Yes, Mayor, again, I think this one would be directed a little bit by that stormwater management program again. So that whole Bowker Creek we'll get a better idea out of the stormwater management of how Bowker Creek will be influenced in that, and I think that's going to give us better direction on these things so that we could move this forward a year out having discussion on it.
Thank you for that point. I will point out, a lot of these things they don't not happen if we don't put them as a priority. They are happening as part of the Belker Creek Initiative and other pieces. The question here is, do we look at making it as a prioritization to expand it with a more of a focus in the short term? Is there any motions on this one? No. Then we move on to management of boat moorage in districts bays. I'm going to move this just for a quick discussion because I just think it may have some relevance to another piece coming up for us, so I'll move it. If there's a seconder, I'll talk to it. If not, we'll just move on. So this is obviously, there's issues with derelict boats, boats washing ashore and sinking boats, etc. We know that. We put off the management of boat moorage through the marina process, so it's there. I still think it is a priority in the sense that we need to do it. I think, actually, when I'm speaking out loud on this one, I actually don't think it needs to be on our list as a backgrounder. I think we can raise it up as a later time. The reason I raise it is that it is an area, I think, of shared interest between ourselves and First Nations, and I'd like to have the conversation. So I was thinking if it came on our priorities, it would facilitate that discussion, but I actually don't think it's that required. I think we can have that discussion and add it at a later time if that's a shared will. So in fact, I made the motion. I'll call the question. We can defeat it if people wish, but that's kind of my thinking on it was to kind of have it at a higher level so that we could kind of talk to it at more of a priority level for us. Is that? But go ahead, Councillor Green.
And I agree with you. I don't think not moving it up will preclude us from doing that in terms of Indigenous truth and reconciliation. The other thing is, this is another example of intra-municipal responsibility. Saanich, Cadbury Bay, we have worked cooperatively with them in the past in removing derelict boats and so on. So I mean, there is activity around this issue, and the province and federal government are somewhat involved. And certainly we respond to emergencies as well when there's a vessel that's either sinking or drifting. So I think it's not as urgent as it might be at this time, and it is addressed when it's necessary. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I will say it is urgent in the big picture, but I think it's something we're not going to ever do on our own. And the other problem with the background is it sort of puts it on staff to come up with solutions when I think we need those partnerships. And I think, so I'm okay. I'll call the question since I've talked myself out of the motion. So the motion in opposition, we'll keep it on the current long list. A motion in favor would add it to to get a backgrounder attached. So as a mover of this, I'm encouraging you to vote against the motion. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed? Everybody opposed? That fails. So thank you. Back to the main list. You got to do these things sometimes. I think it's important to raise the issue anyhow, just so people are aware of where that came from. Improved management of geese. Okay, and that is coming through again, the CRD is looking at that as a service, and we'll have an ask with some details attached to that to come to us for contemplation. Then we have under change rules for home-based businesses. You wish to move it, Councillor Braithwaite?
Yeah, I'd like to, this one has been on the books for a little while now. And again, it does go to the diversity and inclusion. And I think that it's something that in this day of COVID, we need to put forward. So I will make that motion to put this one on the list.
Moved and seconded.
I guess I kind of already motivated a little bit, but yeah,
a lot of motivating motions here.
Yeah, sorry. I do think that it's something that it would be interesting to have something come back to us, because there are so many people nowadays who are working from home and who would like to be able to do their home-based business. This also would go towards climate change and environment as well, because if people are not out and about driving vehicles, they're home. They're walking probably closer because they're closer to home, etc. So I think it would be good to have some information in regards to this.
Go ahead, Councillor Watson, then Appleton.
Thank you, Councillor Braithwaite. I would like to piggyback on those comments. When I was doing my initial prioritization, my notes said to myself that it made sense to me in terms of climate change and adaptability. And what we've learned during the pandemic is that work from home and business at home may not be too different from each other. They both reduce car-based trips, at least, and they add to the daytime vibrancy of our neighborhoods and commercial centers. So I would probably vote in favor of this motion, to have a backgrounder at least. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Appleton.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is one of these situations that is not enjoyable because it's I'm in the situation of having to vote against, even though I agree with everything that's contained within it, and I appreciate the rationale that's being presented here. This in the context of what we are doing here tonight in terms of work planning and making requests of staff. This is I'm opposed to it in its to seeking this information. This is a straight staff capacity issue for me in terms of how many things we add and what we're going to ask staff to do. This potentially is wide-reaching in what would be contemplated and the amount of regulatory tools and changes that would actually be required to put it into effect. It does fall to community building and planning, like a lot of other components do. We don't have separate business liaison or business licensing functions because we're just not big enough to do that. So even though I agree with everything that's been said about, you know, the value of home-based businesses in the context of the work planning discussion, asking for the contextual piece and what might flow out of that, I can't support it at this time. It's just not the highest. I mean, it's not a priority.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Patterson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I am in the same position as Councillor Appleton. I understand the rationale for presenting it to have a backgrounder. However, I think we're not talking about just working from home. These are home-based businesses, and so I think the backgrounder on this would be there'd be quite an extensive amount of work to do, and it would fall to the Building and Planning Department. And I just think that given the other priorities we have that are quite work-intensive for that department, I think this one can be put on the back burner for a while.
Councillor Green.
But I also think this speaks to housing forms as well, to live-work spaces, to loft housing with commercial space down below. I think it is an important issue, and I also think that we might not see it as a big priority at the moment and want to move it out. However, I know for a fact that families in Oak Bay actually see it as quite a large priority. It also speaks to the quality of family life and livability for them, for those parents that are home. Anyway, that's how I feel about it, so I will support it.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
I do see how important this piece is, but I do agree with the capacity issues and the other housing priorities that we have on the table, so I could see it waiting to year 2.
Thank you. I'm going to speak in favor of moving this up, and for a couple of reasons. One, this has sat in our to-do list sort of just under the barrier of actually moving it forward, and I think we really do have an obligation to tackle it sooner rather than later. I appreciate it could be not this year. That being said, I also think it's one of those ones that it may fit nicely into an external consultant to come in and look at these pieces. And there was a comment made earlier by Councillor Appleton. I thought it was excellent about not, it's hard to study studies on that, and this is one of those ones I think that we could actually make some tangible impact if we do it right and do it well in terms of tackling climate change and vibrancy and so forth. So I think it's worth looking at, and if it comes back and says no, this is significant staff time, then I'd be fine with shelving it for a bit. But I also think that it's worthy at this time to at least understand what the impacts are. And I do think it's sufficiently separated from sort of housing planning that it has the potential of having some external consultant kind of models of tackling it. I don't know if that's true or not, but I'm curious enough to know that I'm going to support the motion to move it up for that backgrounder. Any other discussion on this? Don't see any. So all those in favor, and a vote in favor moves it to the backgrounder. And so I have Councillor Green. I don't have to read them out. And those opposed, Councillor Patterson, Smart, Appleton opposed. I'm in favor, so that carries. So I'll come back with a backgrounder. Again, squeaky through. We have refresh website. this is one I think that a backgrounder would give us some options in terms of what does that mean? Because I think this is again kind of like the bylaw review. It sort of sits in that firmly into the what are we actually asking for? Is this a major, minor, and those in between pieces? So I don't know where council's sitting on this one. This one has sat again for a while without and we've got funding for it, but we don't have a clear plan as to what we actually want from a governance level. Yeah, go ahead.
So is this something that could be also given to a consultant to kind of do the reporting on, or?
Mr. Coates?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Braithwaite. So that was what the project contemplated. It would have a core oversight from staff, and that it would be outsourced to one or two different sort of disciplines of consulting.
So one of the hats I did where I was put this out there was chairing the last committee that oversaw this rebuild in 2014. So got 8 years ago now. It's a lifetime in websites. It was it was actually before that. It was 2011 and 2012 we finished it. And so it depends, right? And I think that's the issue. We don't, if it's a major project, there's a ton of staff time required to make all the changes internally. If it's a skin replacement, then it's almost nothing at all required. So I think, I don't know what the answer is in this one, but I think Ms. Williams.
I just wanted to add to what Mr. Coates had shared with you. In addition to that, we've identified that specifically the Parks, Rec and Culture website was really deemed to be not accessible through COVID. We found that we had a lot of complaints with people trying to use our online system. So there are some structural pieces there that need to be updated one way or the other. So I think an opportunity to provide a small, medium, large type option for you might be helpful for the organization as well.
Councillor Green?
Thank you very much for that, to staff and to you, and for your comments. This is a major communications tool for our municipality. Websites are becoming more and more critical in terms of information sharing to the public, and also as tools to navigate a number of issues and situations. So I would support moving this up.
I'll take that as a motion. Is there a seconder? Moved and seconded. This is again moving it up for a backgrounder to give us some of those options in terms of costing and timelines and impact and so forth. Is there a discussion on this? Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Just a question through you, Mayor, to staff. Just because I'm going to be putting forward a motion on the next point, is there capacity at? I guess we're not really looking at capacity at corporate services at this point. We're just looking at backgrounders. I'm just wondering about how many projects we have under corporate services right now. I don't want to support this motion at the expense of not supporting the next one.
It's fair enough. I think we have to deal with them one by one on this one a little bit, but Ms. Bay?
Thank you, Your Worship. We will be reporting back on capacity in February when we bring all these projects forward. Just to reiterate what I said earlier about the capacity of a department is defined in part by the projects assigned to that department, but also in part by the projects assigned to other departments that they need to support in order to advance those. So it's a difficult thing to assess off the cuff. I do know that there is limited capacity within corporate services based on their work plans, but there's limited capacity in every department. So we're clearly going to be, if all of these projects go ahead, we're clearly way, way, way over capacity. So, and then it's up to council to determine how to address that capacity. Some of it could be assigning more to consultants. I will note, however, even assigning projects to consultants still requires staff time to provide oversight and the interface with the community and council. And the other option is to add more staff if all these projects are going to go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Bay. Councillor Smart?
It's just specifically, is there capacity issues with regards to preparing this many backgrounders for corporate services?
Well, it's up to us to. I think we're almost at the end of the list now. We'll make it happen. Councillor Watson.
Go ahead, thank you. I just wanted to say in relation to this item that as Ms. Williams had said, there's sort of a low, medium, and heavy intensity that this might be, and I just wanted to suggest that when we're talking about refreshing it, it's not necessarily just about the look and functionality, but also the content. And I just wanted to note the letter we received earlier this week, or maybe it was last week now, about just pointing to Salich's publication, basically, of their progress on certain corporate initiatives, particularly in this case, it was active transportation. And I just thought it was a very effective way to talk about the mission of the municipality and show the public how it was doing. And so if we were doing the heavy version of this, or at least in the backgrounder, that kind of, that element of website refresh or website redesign would be kind of part of the project. That was my thinking anyway. Or my hope, my aspiration, if it was a big project.
Thank you. So the motion, of course, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you to the CEO. Just some clarity then on refreshing the website. The difficulty of accessing the website, particularly the rec center, is, just for clarification, is that because of the technology or just the design of how the website itself operates?
Go ahead, Ms. Williams.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's based on the actual platform that the website sits on, and the ability to navigate within that and to create spaces in a program and book those. So it just wasn't able to allow that online interaction that the public was needing through the pandemic, and that they've become accustomed to using since.
Thank you. So the motion on the floor right now is to have a backgrounder on this, and I'm hearing that it would come and here's what a small, medium, large project would kind of have impacts. Any other discussion on this item? All right, I'll call the question then. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. That will get moved up and have a backgrounder. Number 45, Councillor Smart, you wanted to?
Yeah, I'd like to put a motion forward to get a backgrounder on 45.
Is there a seconder? This is a develop program to improve diversity and inclusion.
For discussion.
Councillor Smart?
This is one of our themes going forward, and I don't feel like the current project in year one seriously addresses our desire to make change in our community. If we could only have one project, I would want it to truly be about diversity and inclusion. So I think we need something of substance to look at.
Thank you. Don't see other discussion on this one. I will say it's hard to argue that we don't want to improve diversity and inclusion. It's hard to support such a vague request for a program, because I don't know what that actually might look like. So that's where I struggle with this one a little bit in terms of moving it up at this point as we're moving some of the other initiatives. Go ahead, Councillor Patterson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and I will direct this, I guess, back to staff through you. I believe that our HR program does, that some of our hiring practices and training programs are already incorporating a lot of this into how we actually manage those departments today. And so perhaps if we could just clarify. I don't know exactly what developing this program means. I think we have been progressively moving to ensure that we have greater diversity, or at least that it creates an opportunity for greater diversity and inclusion.
I'm not sure who to give this to. Ms. Bay, you're the default here.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think what would be helpful here to staff is again, this was one of the items that came from council as to whether the focus is on the district's internal operations from a human resources perspective, or whether it's more broadly encompassing in the community, because there's that potential as well. Even something like our new website refresh could have a diversity and inclusion component. Just about any programs and services we deliver that are externally facing could also have a diversity and inclusion component. So depending on what council's thoughts are behind this, that would in turn set the scope, and if this is something that you wish a project backgrounder on, it would be really helpful to know what council's aspirations are in that regard.
You hold the floor, Councillor Patterson, and I'll go to Councillor Green.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So when I'm thinking of this, then I'm really thinking of it as more the governance part, role, which is the policy development that would set in motion that all of this would be automatically adopted in any programs that we have going forward, whether it would be HR practices or any programs that we have, really. So it would be for council then to work on a policy to make sure that this philosophy is across board for operations and how we conduct business. Is that more of what, do we know what this is about?
Councillor Smart, I'm just going to go back to Councillor Smart here, because at the end of the day, you're asking to move this up to this year to have backgrounders on it. So perhaps some clarity from you about the expectations, that might help. I just want to move on to, I'll get through this tonight, so go ahead.
Yeah, I heard a lot of feedback when I was on the campaign trail about people not feeling like welcome at the municipal hall, not feeling like their voices heard, not feeling like we represent all ages and abilities. I heard stories of racism. I just feel like it's something that we need some concrete action plans towards. So I guess I'm a little more action oriented towards it. You know, even small things that we could be doing. And I think that's bringing in more voices. I know some of the things we talked about before were just, how can we involve youth? And I realize that's been sort of drawn into one of the other priorities, but I feel like it's more about diversity and inclusion.
Okay, that's the definition we have right now in front of us. So the motion, Councillor Green, did you want to add?
Yeah, I won't belabor it, but I do recall that it was a broader perspective. And so it was public facing, outwardly facing. I'm not as concerned about the internal part of the municipality, because I think our staff do a terrific job, and so does Ms. Donnelly in HR. They do a great job of making sure that we have the respectful workplace, inclusion, diversity, and so on. And I think that's reflected in the staffing. But I think the concern was the outward services and programs and policies that affect the public. So I think that's the clarity. Thank you.
Okay. So the question here, again, the motion is to move it up to get a backgrounder for this year. And if this passes, it will be added to get a backgrounder. If it just fails, then it will be kept on the long list for consideration starting next year. I leave it there. Any other discussion? All those in favor? And those opposed? Councillor Braithwaite, Councillor Watson, myself opposed. That carries. So that will be added to a backgrounder. And then we have the last one, 49. Again, no specific department. Explore ways to increase economic prosperity for First Nations. I will point that there's a lot of work right now in our list for sitting down with First Nations, understanding what their interests are in specific areas in the community. So this may be a little bit presumptive at this point, prior to that being completed this year and next year or two. But go ahead, Councillor Green.
I agree with you. This can't be a standalone. It has to be integrated into the other work that we're already planning to do with First Nations and Truth and Reconciliation. So let's not lose this topic, but I don't think it's a standalone at the moment.
Looking around, I don't see hands raising to move it up at this point, so we'll leave it there. That ends the list And so we have a revised Appendix 4 with multiple changes to it. Last chance for any other changes to be added. Change, corrections, anything else? Do we have a good list? You're satisfied? Do you have? So I'm going to call the question then on the motion. So the motion has been amended multiple times to remind you. We are approving the amended Appendix 4 list with these additions and one removal to go forward to staff over the next, before September 6th or February 6th. We'll come back and provide those backgrounders, then we can give some more direction in terms of that. So that's the motion. And there's a motion to approve. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. That carries. Thank you very much. That was a lot of work to get through. These are hard ones when you have 1,000 moving parts, so I appreciate everybody's work on that one. Do we need a motion to amend attachment 5? I think the motion to remove it moved it to attachment 5. So do we need to approve the revised attachment 5 as part of our process as well? We're okay. There's no further direction on those items. They just stay on our list. Mr. Coates?
Your worship, that's correct. And so all of the motions that council has made have been captured, and there was stuff pulled to 5, and I believe one referred back to 5,
Yeah.
if I'm not mistaken. So those are all covered.
Okay, I hate not doing the recommendations because, thank you, Councillor Appleton. There are times here where I say that's fine, and then I would go back and realize that, no, we really kind of had to adopt it as well. So I'm just going to go back to the recommendations here in terms of our motions. Yes. Yeah, so let's just do that one. That staff be directed to list in the council priorities plan for future consideration the projects noted in attachment 5 as amended. Thank you. So moved and seconded. Thank you. Any other discussion on that? All those in favor? Any opposed? Not opposed? By the way, this is some of the most miserable work as a council, trying to say things you care about, not making the short list and blah, blah, blah. So thank you all for the very respectful and thoughtful debates that we're having on this. So we have 11 minutes to get through the balance, and I think we can do it. So we're just going to try. So we have 3, again, not subject to public input, bylaws for adoption. I need them read out in order. I don't think there's anything else on that item.
I'll move that the water rate amendment bylaw number 4828 2022 be adopted.
Moved and seconded. Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Not opposed? We have bylaw 4829.
I'll move that the sewer user charge bylaw number 4392 amendment bylaw number 4829 2022 be adopted.
Moved and seconded. Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Not opposed? And bylaw number 4830.
I'll move that the refuse collection and disposal amendment bylaw number 4830 2022 be adopted.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed? We are one step away from getting to your housing application here. Thank you for your patience. We have bylaw 4831, Streets and Traffic Bylaw Amendment. We have a very thorough written report. I believe Mr. Robertson, our Director of Engineering, is with us. Is he to? Oh, it's Mr. Coates. Mr. Coates, we have a good report here in front of us. So I don't know what you want to, if you want to highlight anything outside of what's in the report.
Your worship, just very briefly, it's just an amendment to the Streets and Traffic Bylaw to give regulations around the usage of the EV charging spaces.
Okay, there's probably a few questions on this. So are there any questions of council to staff? Go ahead.
And Mr. Robertson has joined now.
Oh, okay, there we go.
Thank you, Mayor. Just out of curiosity, I know that we did have talk of the plugins in the municipal hall going to chargeable meters. Do we know if that's still on the books or?
Mr. Robertson, are you aware? You're either muted or there's something. You're not muted, but you're not audible to us. Do you have a microphone in front of you? No, we're not getting your audio here, Mr. Robertson. Oh, there's something very hilarious happening with your voice, Mr. Robertson. It's coming through as a little squeaky toy voice. Yeah, we'll wait. Come back in. Okay, it's fine. You know what? I think it's not so critical to this one that we'll have to deal with it. So any other questions here? I guess, Mr. Coates, I have a quick question for you on the, is there any changes required to like our ticketing bylaw or anything to follow along with this, or is this essentially standalone and the existing bylaws are comprehensive enough to cover it?
Yeah, Your Worship, thanks for the question. I'm pinch hitting quite a bit on this one, but my understanding is this is really what's needed to give credence to the further path. And
Yeah.
so right now, the bylaw doesn't define EV charging stations and doesn't regulate their usage. So yeah,
That's
it's
fine.
first
That's
step.
good enough for this one. Welcome back, Mr. Robertson. I don't know if we actually need you to answer any questions here, but can you speak so we can tell if we can hear you?
Yeah, I usually have a deep voice. Is it coming through now?
You're back. We can hear you clearly now. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Are
sorry
there any
about
other
that.
questions of staff? Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
Just a question with regards to allow for enforcement and ticketing with regard to actually using the charging station. I'm just wondering, with regards to, is that simply the car then plugged in, or is that actually actively using the charger, and how does that work for hybrid cars? And this may not be relevant to this particular discussion, so if it's not, feel free to say so.
Yes.
Mr. Robertson, go ahead.
If the hybrid is a plug-in hybrid, then it's allowed to park there, and any vehicle that's parked there must be plugged in and charging at the time. And it encourages turnover at the plug-in stations.
Go ahead.
So just wondering, because this is somewhat of an issue for hybrid cars that have a small charging capacity, that you will park there and you will not know immediately when the charging has stopped and you will get ticketed. And I'm just wondering how to deal with that issue, particularly when you're not there at the exact moment your car stops charging.
Mr. Robertson, I read the wording, it sounded to sound like it had to be plugged in, but it wasn't, so it didn't seem to ticket you based on the actual charging rate.
No, it would just be whether you're plugged in or not. That's too fine a detail to be able to look after from a ticketing standpoint.
Okay, thank you. That's clear. Any other questions? Oh, Councillor Patterson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and through you to staff. I know some districts have actually on the signage for them, they do post a time limit on the charging. Is that planned for any of the areas within the district, so that there would be actually a time limit to again encourage turnover at the charging stations?
Mr. Robertson, I think they're all located in 2-hour parking sections at the time. Does that apply?
Yeah, it would be similar to timed as you have for parking spots already, and also they would be charged $1 per hour for use. So again, that encourages movement out of the spaces.
Councillor Patterson, Councillor Green.
Thank you. I'm just following up Councillor Braithwaite's earlier question of Mr. Coates around charging for the municipal halls charging stations. And I see under the analysis in the first paragraph, these are being charged at $1 per hour to use, or will be. But I just wanted to reiterate the question. We had made a decision in 2020, in fact, that the charging stations out here in the parking lot would begin to be costing at $1 per hour for charging. So we're just wondering if that is the case now. Has that been implemented yet or not? Thank you.
Councillor Green, I know it hasn't been implemented yet, but Mr. Robertson, is that planned to replace those or upgrade those charging stations so they can be charged for charging?
Yeah, through the mayor, it isn't currently charging any fee. I don't know about the process for changing that, but I can certainly look into that.
Yep. So we'll just deal with the motion that's in front of us, which is the bylaw to allow for these controls. And we can deal with that question offline. Is there any other questions of staff at this point? I'm going to just ask for a motion to extend the meeting to 10:20. if I could. Thank you, moved and seconded. Appreciate it. This has to be unanimous. I know we're tired, but we do have applicants here that need to get through. So all those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. We move, so if I can get a motion to receive the report? There is.
I'll move receipt.
Moved and seconded, thank you. I'm going to call the question on receipt of the report. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. There is opportunity for public input before we go to debate and movement of this. Is there anybody if anybody online or anybody who is in the room wishes to speak to the matter of electric charging bylaws, car charging bylaw in front of us, you're welcome to do so at this time. If you're on the Zoom call, you can just use the Zoom raise hand, or if you're on the calling in, you can call the 1-855 number and hit *9 to raise your hand. I don't see any indicators of people wishing to speak, so I am going to come back to this table, and we can probably best to have first and second reading, and then we can have debate.
I'll move that the Streets and Traffic Bylaw number 4100, 2000 Amendment Bylaw number 4831, 2022 be given first and second reading.
Moved and seconded,
Second.
thank you. Discussion. I don't see any. Oh, Councillor Watson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This is maybe also a question for staff or for discussion amongst us, but in thinking about I see why these changes are needed, but I'm also thinking ahead to the situations where, in spite of our best efforts in bylaw drafting, we still have, in effect, abuse of the stations to become really easy parking, which does happen. And I wondered what provisions we would be looking for in terms of reporting back or just keeping track of this to know when another policy, whether or not another policy intervention was required in order to keep this on an even keel, if you understand what I'm asking. Thank you.
Sure. And I think perhaps very quickly we could just cover how complaints come in. That would typically be how it would be recorded and how that might feed back to council. And this is probably I'm not sure, Mr. Robertson, if you want to answer that, because you've just started here and you probably don't know necessarily all our internal processes. It may fall to Mr. Coates to answer the question, but I'll give you the first shot if you wish, Mr. Robertson.
Yeah, through the mayor, I would defer to Mr. Coates on that one.
Okay. Lucky Mr. Coates. Mr. Coates.
And I'll do the best I can, Your Worship, with my tenure not being that much longer than Mr. Robertson's in terms of all the internal processes. But yes, there's certainly opportunities to get feedback from folks, and recognizing that we have a limited capacity in relation to enforcement itself. There's likely some public education campaigns that would be rolled out along with all of this as well, and all of these things combined, I think certainly there'll be attention paid to the fact that there's not that many of them, and they'd be fairly easy to monitor. And I think we'll hear a lot from folks if there's abuse going on, and certainly always look at that level for community feedback on how things are sort of shaping up in the community, given the limited eyes that the district has.
Thank you very much. And I'm just going to point out to any members of the public who wish to speak to us on the next item of 2072 Hampshire Road. This is a good time, if you're calling in, to call in now and hit *9 so that I can see you on the call-in sheet. So we have first and second reading of this bylaw. And we've had questions or comments are welcome at this point. I don't see any. I just would like to compliment you, Mr. Robertson, and your staff. This is a well-written, is a very clear report and very logical bylaw. So it made a lot of sense reading through it. So thank you for that. I will call the question then. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. Move to third reading.
I'll move that the Streets and Traffic Bylaw number 4100, 2000 Amendment Bylaw number 4, 2022 be given its third reading.
Second.
Seconded. Thank you. I'm just going to call the question. We don't typically debate on third reading. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. Thank you very much. This will be set aside and come back to us in January for adoption. And with that, we are moving to session item number 9.2. Our big crowd comes in here to talk to us on this item. Mr. Boole, perhaps you can just provide anybody who's watching just very briefly the process that we undertake. Thank you, Mr. Robertson. Thank you for coming in for the item here. I'll hand it over to you for the development variance permit.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll give a very short introduction. This matter was also in front of you 2 weeks ago with a more extensive discussion. But there's two types of approvals for 2072 Hampshire. And one of them is a siting and design application, and that relates to the form and character of the proposed 4 new houses for this subdivision. And that has been reviewed also with the advisory design panel, and the recommendation is to approve that siting and design approval. And the second approval today is for the development variance permit, and for that permit we have notified the people in the neighborhood as per the bylaw. We haven't received any responses or submissions around that variance. The variance is for 2 reasons. The first variance is for a variance to the front yard paved surface coverage on one of the lots, and that's to accommodate the strata road that will go into the property and needs a turnaround. But due to the site conditions and an arbutus tree, that turnaround is in part located over this particular lot. That's the first variance. The second variance is about a freestanding sign on the which is located at the front, but in an area that is normally not allowed for freestanding signs. But it's a provision that can be varied as well to accommodate an identification sign at the front of this property. That's in very short the summary of this particular decision in front of you. The applicant's team is here with the different experts if council has any follow-up questions after seeing this item before. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bull. I will just invite any members of the, I take questions of council to the applicant or to staff, and then I'll go to the public, and then we'll come back to the applicants if they wish to add any comments here before we get to deliberation or further questions. So are there any questions of applicant or staff at this time? I'll give you one more chance after we've got the public input as well. I don't see any here, so I'm just going to ask, I don't have anything in our report here of any written correspondence that has come in. If anybody online wishes to address us, I don't see people who have indicated, but if you're using the Zoom application, you can use the response button and the reaction button, sorry, and raise hand to indicate that you wish to address council. This is the last opportunity here for public input prior to council considering these 2 matters on this property. I don't see anybody else from the public here wishing to address us. So notification has gone out. We've had no correspondence from neighbors. So back to this table. Given that you've all waited here forever and ever, why don't you ask a question? If anybody from the applicant wishes to address council before we get to contemplation, we'll give you that opportunity as well. But go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
Thank you. And I just, my question is really around the 2 trees that are on the property, the very large tree in the front of the property, which is on municipal land, I believe, and then the arbutus that is, that you have redesigned the driveway to go around to save that tree. And I just want to, once again, to staff, ask what kind of protection is there for those 2 trees, and is there a process in place that if that tree, one of those trees gets damaged, that there will be a fine based on what is in the arborist report for the protection that is needed for those trees? Mr. Bull.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. The way how trees are protected is it's part of the development approval. So there's a tree protection permit that will be issued, but it will have conditions, also security, a security deposit. It's mainly for the conditions and the oversight that provides that those trees should be protected and will be protected. So it's something that, in this case, because there is some major work that needs to be taking place, particularly around the elm, it's something that will require arborist oversight during the works. And but with those kind of measures, it is very likely that will be able to be done effectively. There is the security deposit is for, I think, for damage. So there's certain follow-up and enforcement options which are not part of the permit itself, but that would be a separate matter if things would really go wrong. However, the normal process in this case is because of that oversight. It can be managed really well by a very careful and incremental excavation, for example, and backfilling after the fact. So it's not that there's not going to be kind of a rough approach into installing these surfaces. That would not be allowed under the tree permit. So thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
And just a reminder, I think I asked this question last time this application was here, and that is in regards to the fee or the fee that we get for having a subdivision of more than 3 houses on a lot. And can you just speak to that and what that amount might be?
Mr. Boole?
Yeah, through the mayor, investigated that. Indeed, that's applicable for subdivisions over 3 lots, 3 new lots specifically. The previous subdivision did not cover that. It was only 1 lot at a time. So this will come up as part of the subdivision review, and an amount has not been determined, but the Act is quite specific about this, the Local Government Act. It's 5% of the value of the land. I should say it differently. The requirement is for 5% of the land to be dedicated as park. That's the kind of the default. And the alternative is, particularly for smaller subdivisions like this, that value or that land is monetized into the value of that land, the 5% of the land. What is the value of that? And that becomes a Castle contribution that is required under the Act to the district. So that will be determined and confirmed as part of the subdivision process, which doesn't come back to council, but it will be taken care of.
Go ahead, Councillor Braithwaite.
Sorry, that just made me have one follow-up question, because that piece of land without a house on it is worth a certain amount of money, but that piece of land with 4 houses on it is worth, I would assume, a different amount of money. So is it based on the piece of land without the house on it or the piece of land with the 4 houses on it?
Mr. Boole.
Yeah, thank you, through the mayor. Let me see. I was reading about this in the Act. It's specifically worded there. What was interesting to me, it's the local government and the owner have to agree on the value of the land. But there is still going to be a calculation of sorts, so we have to figure that out. The approving officer, which might be myself as well, but needs to follow up on that in more detail.
Thank you. At the end of the day, it's outside of this decision-making process. It's just, so, given the hour, we'll keep it focused on the decision-making piece. Before we get to, I'm going to have motions made here to move this forward. You've all waited a very long time tonight. My apologies. In hindsight, looking at this, agenda, we probably should have shifted things around to have you moved up in the piece of this. Won't do that again. But is there anybody here who wishes to address council before we get to deliberations, or would you rather just get home? Okay. So can I get a motion to receive the report? Moved and seconded. Thank you. All those in favor? Any opposed and opposed? And then need the actual ones read out here for contemplation.
Your Worship, I would move that development variance permit DVP 00124 for the property located at 2072 Hampshire Road be approved.
Moved. Is there a seconder? Seconded. Thank you. Any discussion? Go ahead, Councillor Smart.
I'm supportive of the application, but I just want to take a moment to echo design panel's comments that I would have welcomed greater density on this site, and I'm very hopeful that this council will both send the message of meeting our housing needs and creating the policy quickly so that amazing opportunities like this large piece of land can accommodate more housing for our residents.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Watson.
I would just like to add my here to that. I was just about to say the same thing. Thank you, Councillor Smart.
Thank you. Councillor Green.
I will add a third voice to that request. It's all about timing in life, and unfortunately the infill housing strategy hasn't been implemented. Otherwise, I think we would have seen greater density on that property, but we appreciate that you did what you needed to do under the current guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Nope, not seeing any. I will call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. That carries. And again, just read out the second part.
Your Worship, I would move that citing and design application ADP 00152 for the property located at 2072 Hampshire Road be approved.
Moved and seconded. Do I have a hand for seconding? Thank you. Any other discussion? Don't see any. I will call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. That carries. You have your approvals. Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience. And we're just going to call if there's any new business from members of council. And I just had a note here from Councillor Appleton, and I think it's appropriate. He's just asking if we can refer, you want to remove this to refer it to a future council meeting?
Your Worship, I would move that item 11.1 be referred to a future council meeting for discussion.
Moved. Is there a seconder? Moved and seconded. I think we want to spend some time on this in discussion. I think we're a little tired at this point, so I appreciate that and your willingness to do that. I'm going to call the question on the referral motion. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed? That carries. That brings us to the A word. Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed? Thank you very much, everybody. That was a humdinger of the last meeting of the year.